Nowadays, it seemed like when it rained hard and furious. It was bitterly appropriate for the nationwide mood, arguably even the entire world. Even in places where the sun was out, people still apparently felt gloomy. Personally, you wouldn't have minded being in those sunny places. At least you could have enjoyed the sun, however dreary the world may still have been. Oh, and seeing where she was going would have been easier in the sunlight than in the rain. You had fought in the rain hundreds of times before, and this time was no different. She could only hope a hydrokinetic didn't get involved. Otherwise, she would have been in trouble. Or an electrokinetic. You knew she'd be nothing but a giant lightning rod if one joined the fight. On the flip side, so would her opponent. The steel giant was no gigantomachia, ironic given the former's composition, but he was still plenty tough in his own right. A punch to the face or stomach still hurt, but you made sure to return the favor in kind while still being mindful of her surroundings. She had to. Otherwise, Numazu would end up more damaged than it already was. A chunk of the city had already been uplifted and stood out over the rest. As a warp plateau, no one knew how to lower back to ground level. You had an idea of how it could be pushed back into place, but she couldn't afford to think about that now. Avoiding her current adversary's attacks took precedence. More so as she saw him morph the complied metal around his knuckles into spikes. Still want to keep this up? His face was a horrible mashup of various metallic objects from cars to street lamps to household items, such as refrigerators and TVs. Pack it up and run. No one will blame you. Heh, in fact, no one's watching you. That's what you love, right, MT lady? You sneered, wishing he just stayed quiet. To go along with the hideousness of the metal mashup, its voice sounded like metal scrapping against metal, worsened by the constant downpour around her. How's about you just shut up and surrender? Make this easier on both of us. When the giant laughed again, you braced yourself, feeling that the next attack was coming. It was most likely going to be a barrage of punches, and thanks to the spikes sticking out his knuckles, she was going to have puncture wounds if she wasn't careful. Another horrible laugh from the Iron Giant. Come on, do you really think taking me down is going to matter? There's dozens of criminals running wild all over Japan. So, you should just get a free pass to keep terrorizing the city? Fat chance. You barked back. He took a swing at her with his right fist, a punch she dodged, only to have to do it again once the next punch came. Each time, you felt the roaring patter of rain against the giant's metallic body. Then it was a whooshing of the air as he reared his arms back. Tightening her fists, she took a swing at him, catching him in the lower left side. Her strength was enough to break off a few pieces, but you knew she needed to do more in order to break this giant down. So she threw a left jab at his stomach. Tum, SHLLCK. The pain was immediate, but you refused to scream. She prepared for this, so it wasn't as bad as it could have been. That didn't mean getting stabbed and the forearm didn't hurt. You pushed through the pain, literally, continuing to drive her fist into the giant's stomach. The metal gave way beneath her fist, causing the villain to grunt in pain. He shook the ground as he stumbled back, or rather, took a couple of steps back. Blood dripped from Yu's left arm, accelerated by the rainfall. Although she huffed, she kept her focus on the Iron Giant, readying herself for his next move. It came as a right hook aimed at her face. You dropped to one knee and used that position to launch yourself into an uppercut that plowed through the hundreds of raindrops falling from the sky. To her ire, he spun out of the way, with speed that was too unbelievable for a steel and scrap metal giant, or that's what most people would have thought. You knew all too well how fast someone could move despite being giant-sized. She used similar speed to roll out of the way of counterpunch the villain, try to drive into her backside. Instead of her, he plowed into the street below, better an already ruined patch of the street, instead of someplace new. Spinning around, she prepared to launch her own counterattack, but when the villain lifted his fist, he kicked up a veil of debris that blinded Yu's frontal vision. In response, she sharpened her hearing, knowing despite how fast a giant could move, their movement still created quite a bit of noise, especially in the rain. All around her was darkness and water, but she could make out the villain's body moving through the rain to her right. Twisting her body, she waited for the attack to come. The pain in her arm swept underfoot. What she didn't expect was the sound of something whirling a drill. Oh, you got to be shitting me. screamed the blonde as she hastily rolled aside. For the second time, the villain plowed into the spot she'd formerly been at. But instead of being flattened, it was torn apart by the giant metal drill he'd morphed his arm into. You watched jets of dirt and debris go shooting up with more following as the villain whipped his arm in her direction. All the debris he dug up went flying her way. Out of impulse, she threw her arms up shielding her face, but you made sure to keep her hearing active. The roar of that makeshift drill was easy to follow, although it made her heart race in anxiety at where it was going to be pointed. Damn, he couldn't have stuck to his fists. Hell, I have taken him throwing rocket punches like I've heard this guy loves to do. She'd been fully prepared to dodge or potentially catch some metal fists shot like bullets. But a spinning drill? You really wanted to avoid something like that. But as she heard the continued, murderous whir of the blade, she braced herself for the possibility. Once the shower ended, you peered ahead and saw the drill coming down for her. Quickly, she stepped aside, letting it tear into the ground for a second time. Adrenaline pumping through her, she devised a bold plan and acted on it. Grabbing the giant's forearm, she attempted to wrench his arm off while keeping an eye on the other one. True to form, he came down, but she lashed out with her right arm, grabbing it and holding it in place. She and the villain were deadlocked, two giants grappling with each other in the rain. The sound of their struggle sent tremors through the district, thankfully deserted, but the echoes could probably reach those hunkering down on the battle's outskirts. You hope no one got any stupid ideas to come closer, particularly some notion to take a shot at this bastard while he was focusing on her. Too many people had gotten hurt trying to pull that sort of stuff off, although you wasn't opposed to such underhanded tactics. Nowadays, it was a different story. Let go of me, you blonde bim dash. Yeah, bimbo. I've heard it before. She had. Way too many times. Although it normally left her irate, times like this it left you feeling angry. Such a feeling was channeled into her arms. Finally, she heard the sound of metal bending. Internal joy was muted by ironclad concentration that gave birth to a grunt of effort. The right arm she'd been holding began to give in, and with it panic spread across the giant's face. But then it morphed into wicked glee. The sound of metal coming together she'd heard 10 minutes ago was reversed. Hardness gave way to nothingness. Looking down, you saw her left hand gripping nothing, yet she heard the sound of metal continuously twisting. Driven by years of experience, she looked up at the source. Something was forming in the stump where the villainous giant's right arm had been. Recognizing it, she twisted her head aside just in time to dodge the metal needle that shot forth with incredible speed. Strands of her soaked hair fell, but it was preferable to getting shot through the face. Feeling like it was time to put an end to this, you used her now free left arm to grab for the giant's face. Although his real body was in his chest, losing his golem's head would disrupt his quirk, perhaps enough for her to punch him out and end this fight once and for all. Bah! The ugly head shouted, throwing its mouth open, but it wasn't a panic-induced scream. Thunk! Gerg! The hell! It was like getting hit by a baseball, one you weren't prepared to catch, yet instinct kicked in leading to an awkward attempt. You felt her hand being shot back, momentary pain racing up her arm, making her wince. It gave the giant the time he needed to pull his left arm free and grab her wrist. Roaring, he threw her aside, slamming her into multiple buildings. Despite the pain, you remained conscious and focused. The sound of metal reattached reached her ears. Just couldn't help yourself, could you, bastard? Her focus persisted as she saw the drill arm reattach itself and begin spinning once more. As it came down, you deactivated her quirk, her body size spontaneously shrinking. She was still rather close to the drill, close enough she could feel it piercing the air on its way down. Now in her regular 5'4" height, the drill's roar was louder than before. You felt her whole body shaking from the proximity, but she kept her calm, and then she reactivated her quirk upon hearing it dig into the earth. Her once falling body reassumed its previous size. Her feet found solid ground, albeit after crushing it. She kicked out with her left leg, catching the giant in his right arm. When he threw a somewhat wild haymaker with his left, she caught it. Seizing on her chance, you stomped down on his right arm while holding his left arm, wrapping it under her right and squeezing. Now she finally had him pinned. It was time to end this. Gah! Erga! Get the hell off of me, you bitch! The metal giant screamed. Get off! Sure, just deactivate your quirk and surrender. You shouted back. If he didn't. She had every intention of using all the strength she could to tear his golem's arms off. Afterward, she'd either stomp down on the head or punch into the chest and pull him out. Regardless, this fight was over with. The giant's face became ugly, a likely perfect representation of the man controlling it. It was an expression that lent itself to a possible surrender, so you didn't let up. If he wasn't going to back down, then she was going to break this metal golem he'd created by tearing up multiple city blocks. The sooner this ended, the sooner, Shihayir, her left foot unexpectedly sunk into the earth, still keeping half a strengthened grip on the giant's left arm. You looked back and saw the drill had been detached. No, it had been launched, and it was boring through the earth with all the speed of a race car. Her eyes moved ahead along its predicted path and felt panic seizing her heart. No! Immediately, she broke off and sprinted for the drill, her footsteps shaking the ground as she hurried to catch up to it. Her previous apprehension about catching it vanished as she brought her fist crashing down into the metal construct, finally stopping it. There was hardly any pain on her end. Looking up, she saw the multi-story building that had been the drill's target still standing. Faint as it was over the sounds of battle, she heard the frightened gasping of the people still inside. They were now officially too close. Gah! Bet you wish they were snapping pictures of you, huh? Just like old times. It had been a long time since anyone had grabbed her hair and used it to pull her around. You hated it. She crashed back into the ground, shaking it on impact. Quickly pushing the pain aside, she rolled out of the way just as a giant foot came down and it'd have stomped on her chest if she hadn't. The press all lined up for you along with some adoring fans when you got off the plane. That's what you wanted, right? Another stomp she evaded. You came up in a crouch that turned into a leaping punch that locked the giant in the face. He reeled from the punch, but his mouth kept on moving. You wish that's what was around now, huh? Those adoring fans you worked so hard to earn. You think they'd care if I laid you out here? Do you? Why keep doing this? Just give up already. The left fist came at her seemingly containing all the rage the villain held. You caught it, grunted in visible effort. Heard it all before, jackass. Then why? Just give the hell up already, screamed the metallic face with a sky-shaking voice. You grabbed at the head, squeezing as tight as she could and feeling the metal bending beneath her fingers. Meanwhile, he pulled at his left arm to free himself, but you wasn't letting go. Let dash. Shut up already. She yelled back in her own thunderous voice. Her rage was temporarily disrupted just as her balance was. You felt herself falling, but she kept her grip her opponent. It led to the two of them rolling over the rubble of the city like a pair of brawling children. It would have been funny if it wasn't a life-or-death battle with multiple lives on the line. As she continued to squeeze, she felt the metallic head and arms starting to give way. What gave first was the left arm, a sudden jerk that somewhat surprised her. That surprise became one of pain as she felt a shot of pain in her left leg. Glancing down, she saw a few pieces of shrapnel. The rain caused the blood to roll down sideways onto the ground. Brief as it was, she saw the metal giant break away, now armless with a dented head. Immediately, he was back up, pulling the shrapnel out without a shred of precision or care. The giant's back was to her, and she gave chase. Each footstep was a tremor onto itself. Her left leg dripped blood the size of car doors. If she got close enough, she could make a lunge for him and bring him down. You want to play at being a hero? Fine. Have at it, you overgrown bimbo. Thanks to her near-complete death grip, the giant's face was mangled mess. The terrible voice-to-mouth made sounded even worse. You saw the boat rise up from the water, people panicking atop it as they realized they'd been drawn into the battle of giants, which they probably hoped would serve as cover for their escape. Or maybe they'd hoped to escape the battle itself. It didn't matter. The villain had taken them for hostages, and you knew he'd sooner launch the boat they were clinging to than he'd use it to repair himself. At most, it could replace one arm, but it could also be used as a projectile as the drill had been turned into. You couldn't shake the feeling that's what this guy would ultimately do. She had to be ready. Her wounded left leg wasn't going to make that easy, but she'd do what she had to. The metal face twisted into a horrible grin. Thinking about, aren't you? Oh, whatever will become these poor bastards if I make one wrong move? Will I be able to get to them in time? Ha ha! Even with them shitting on you nonstop, you're still willing to put yourself on the line of them. Heroes, you guys really are a crack bunch. She gritted her teeth as he played with the boy, levitating it from one side to another, rotating it vertically and horizontally, and laughing as the occupants screamed in terror while hanging on for dear life. Their rightened shouting reached her ears over the rain. You're not getting paid to do this anymore, right? No, but this isn't about money or fame, not anymore. How's about you just drop them, and we can keep this between us? That way, you won't be losing any teeth when I clobber you. The real you, Iron Step. Another round of wretched laughter from that metallic face. If she'd been able to hold on a second longer, she'd have been able to crush it. If she was able to get her hands on the head again. A second is all it'd take to turn the thing into a crushed can. Let's see how fast you can really move, you stupid bitch. That was her cue. The boat was launched to the golem's left, her right, and that's the direction she sprinted in. The screams of its passengers reached her ears and put an extra spring into her quake-inducing steps. Hang on. You shouted despite, knowing many of them were probably too panicked to do that. Luckily, they didn't have to wait too long as she made it to the boat. The nearest she could tell, everyone aboard was accounted for, although you saw all of them were understandably scared out of their minds. I'm going to set you down, then sail away as soon as you can. While she spoke, she heard the sound of something rising up from the water. Immediately, she knew what it was, but she kept her focus on pushing the boat as far away as possible. Hopefully it'd be out of range of the villain's ferrokinesis, or more likely, out of range for the battle ready to continue. Once they were sailing down the river, she turned back. The sucky thing about fighting a ferrokinetic of any sort in the city was they never really ran out of ammo. Cities were practically toolboxes for them to use as they pleased, provided they had the strength and the know-how, such as this villain. Water dripped from the debris lifted from the Kano River. All the junk that had been thrown in the river, much of it new thanks to the 2 months of chaos, was there for use. Suddenly, it went flying, but not at her, unflinchingly. You stepped in the front of the boat, throwing her arms up to protect her face. Not the first time she'd been hit by a barrage of what amounted to garbage. At least there were no cameras around to catch it on video. Thunk. Pain shot up through her right leg as you felt herself toppling forward. As her arms reached out to catch her, she saw a giant, crudely shaped leg coming her way. Her right arm shot forth, grabbing it while her left slammed into the riverbed. Gnashing her teeth, you stood up, pulling the metal giant with her. No arms and only one leg. The thing flailed helplessly as she lifted it up. This fight was over. Just as her hand went for the head to crush it like a soda can, you felt something sharp and hard clapping around her right leg. Sparing it a glance, she saw the metal leg that had been launched into hers had refitted itself into another crude spiked collar. No, don't think about that. Crush the main body. Stop him. Although her left hand touched metal, it wasn't the metallic head. Despite finding something wrong with that, she pressed with all her strength, her growl rolling through the rain. As the pieces cascaded down, she turned her attention to the missing head. She scoured her surroundings for the head, which she knew to be visible through the rain. Her search was interrupted by the stinging pain in her right leg. The metal pieces that had been launched at it were digging it. At least it served as a sign that the villain was still within the general vicinity. While still maintaining her search, she reached for the metal ring and grasped it with her fingers to pull it out. She'd have to get medical treatment for her wounds, but only after she'd found, once more, the Kano River erupted, although you was slightly more prepared for it. Her hand moved from her legs to the object shooting out, her fist smashing into it. You felt metal, further dampened by the river water and the rain, but metal nonetheless. Don't think I'm going to fall for that trick. She shouted, feeling her fist driving through the metallic object. As the water was pushed aside, she saw what it was, another scrap metal construct, but not a face. Something else burst through the water just a little down to her right. Quickly turning to it, she saw a half-complied golem of patchwork metal, only a body and a pair of giant hands. One came down like a hammer, and she promptly caught it before it could make impact atop her head, but the left arm dove straight for her gut. You caught it, leaving the two of them in another deadlock that she was intent on making as short as possible. That plan hit a snag when she felt the rotation of the metallic arms. Although she winced, you kept a hold of them and kept on squeezing them. In response, the rotation speed increased drastically. Just give dash. Not going to happen. Crunch. Her hand stung while she grabbed for the main body, hoping its crude shape would make it easier to crush. To her surprise, it flung itself into her in a reckless tackle that caught you by surprise. Thump! Aga! The pain was immediate and intense. Another firm reminder that her neck hadn't finished healing. Even worse, it added to the agony she felt sweeping through her legs and hands. Thanks to it all, you began to stumble backward, one foot on dry land while the other was in the water. It was a small blessing that the riverbed wasn't coated in jagged debris that was stabbing at her foot. Haughty laughter boomed from the scrap metal sphere that had smacked into the base of her chin. Don't think I didn't notice that little addition to your costume after the Liberation War. Oh, I'd love to wring that little neck of yours, but I've got places to be. Maybe next time, assuming you're stupid enough to come after me again. He was going to run and force you to start this chase all over again, and that'd definitely include another fight like this one. Oh no, I'm not going through this again. More importantly, I'm not letting you get away, you bastard. She may have been falling back, but she wasn't helpless. You locked in on the metal sphere and summoned all her strength. Forget trying to catch herself. She was going to crush that ball and hopefully break a few bones of the person inside it. Her hand shot forward, coming together in a lightning-fast clap that caught the sphere between her palms. Roaring, she pressed them together, producing a thunderclap all her own. The metal gave way and in between her hands, she felt something organic. Her ears welcomed the sudden sound of a scream. You felt her back crashing against the ground, sending another jolt of pain shooting through her. This one wasn't quite so bad. The fact that her right hand was gripping a now thoroughly beaten villain probably had something to do with that. Panting, she kept her hold on him even as her arms fell to the side. Her left dipped into the Kano River as her right landed on the ground. Finally, there was a calm that fell over the area, the rainfall being the only constant. You felt the endless drops pelting her face while she looked up at the gray blanket blocking out the blue sky and sun she liked. Guess it would have been too much to ask for the sun to come out when I finally caught this guy. The rain would end eventually, as it always did. You just hoped she'd be in a better position to enjoy it, and the villain in her right hand wouldn't be. After a few minutes in which she allowed the pain in her body to subside, she turned her head to her right. Her final attack had worked in both catching the villain and defeating him. His dazed groan was proof he didn't have any fight left in him. Between all the metal he manipulated in her final attack, he was utterly spent. You was a little proud to say she wasn't in the same boat, but she was ready to call it a day. Sito Ayukawa, Iron Step, you are hereby under arrest. She called. The hell if he is. Jail's too good for that bastard. Yeah, after everything he's done, he deserves worse. Plus, it's not like there's a jail that can hold him. You winced. Oh, come on. Why couldn't it have just stopped here? Sometimes, it was hard to believe citizens once turned out to cheer for heroes. Instead of months, it seemed like another lifetime ago. Groaning, she turned her vision to the crowd that was assembled at the edge of the battle. Where had they been hiding? How long had they been watching? Could they have helped out with a hostage situation earlier? Looking the group of 12 over, you spied several of them carrying weapons, including improvised support gear items. Many were dressed in raincoats, but some of them had foregone such wear, allowing the downpour to completely douse them. It added to the fury that radiated off them. It's over, she called over the rain. He's going back to prison where he'll never dash. Shut up, one of the citizens shouted, pointing a metal baseball bat at her. After what he's done, he doesn't deserve to go to a cell, especially one he can just break out of again. That's assuming you'll even send him off to jail. Another one snorted. He is going back to prison, and he's going to stay there. She pressed. And why the hell should we believe a damn thing that you say? Yelled a third. You tore up our city. A fourth barked. You giant dash. Shut up, you whiny bastards. You shot up, almost loosening her grip on Izuku. Her heart slammed against her chest in panic at the near bestial shout that rung through the riverside. As for the civilians, they all jumped out of their skins completely, a handful dropping their weapons. However, others clenched them more tightly. Rather than her or Izuku, they turned them on the voice of the owner. You quietly followed the echo to another hooded figure, one that stood apart from the others. While he wore a raincoat that obscured his features, you felt something undeniably different about it. Focusing on him, she heard a feral breathing coming from him, making her wonder what he looked like beneath his coat. He had the attention of everyone present, except maybe Iron Step, who was incoherently muttering he didn't want to die or go back to prison. There was an animalistic snarl from the hooded stranger as he seemingly focused his gaze on the vigilante crowd. She just fought tooth and nail to stop Iron Step, something the rest of you have been trying to do while others have been too scared to even try. Yeah, she caused some damage, but it's nothing compared to what that bastard's done, or the rest of the villains who've torn the city apart. You guys sure as hell weren't out there helping her minimize the damage, so you don't get to complain. How's about just taking the fact that Iron Step's been stopped, and we're supposed to think for good? There's only one way to stop him for good. One of the citizens yelled. You knew that tone, and it chilled her blood. Just as much, she sensed the effect it had on some of the others in the group. They looked back at the near unconscious villain in her grasp. Another feral snarl. So, you think you've got the guts to actually kill someone? Especially someone that's already been beaten? That bastard did the same. So, you think you could be just like him? You called. As easy as it would have been to let the stranger do all the talking. She was still the hero here. She had a job to do protecting citizens, even from themselves. Sitting up, she fixed the vigilante group with a hard stare, somewhat enhanced by the rain and grime on her face. Is that what any of you really want? To be just like this murder here. Just as raindrops sunk into the earth, so too did her words. They spread fast, although she said nothing about it. This wasn't something to be smug about, nor was it something she wanted to sound too patronizing on that it'd only make things worse. Still, not all were so accepting of her words. And what if we're already there? What if we've already crossed that line? You spied chocolate brown bangs beneath the hood of the woman speaking. They greatly contrasted the darkness in her blue eyes, a darkness that you didn't want to guess at, but she was forced to do so. Look around you. Nothing is the same anymore. Nothing's ever going to go back to the way it was. You didn't need to look around her. She'd seen enough the minute she'd stepped off the plane. She'd seen enough back in Mizurufu. She saw it every time she got a look at the news. She sat up while still keeping her hold on Iron Step. None of the vigilantes made a move. Not yet. You're right that the world's changed, and it's probably never going to go back to normal. No one, not even All Might, can do that. But that doesn't mean it's going to be like this going forward. At least, not if we'd let it. A member of the crowd sneered. Don't act like Dash. Can it? Shouted the hooded figure. Immediately, the male naysayer went quiet. Making a mental note to thank the stranger, you got back on track. We, as in all of us. You, me, and everyone else in this city. All of Japan. This is our world, and it's crumbling. No one's denying that. But the thing is, do you want to help break it down further, or try to put it back together? That's what we're doing, and that's what you people can do, and that includes showing you're better than this, better than killing someone in cold blood, even if they may deserve it. Maybe as a hero, she shouldn't have said that, but you had to be honest. She also had to be empathetic. In society's breakdown, some people had just let all their dark impulses out, the worst humans could indulge in, things that sickened even her. Looking out the crowd, you had a feeling they'd been the victims of those dark impulses, especially the woman. If you've killed for survival, I won't hold it against you. If you've killed to protect those you love, that's not wrong. But this isn't that. Killing this man after he's been defeated and subdued, you all know that's wrong. Let me take him in, and I promise he'll never hurt you or anyone in this city again. And why the hell should we trust you? Because you're a hero. You're nothing but a bunch of failures. We've done just fine on our own. One of the vigilantes yelled. No, we haven't. We've been fighting amongst ourselves, biting at everyone out of paranoia. People have already died from it. From the tone of his voice, this stranger had seen that. Something else she noted was how young he sounded. He couldn't have been any older than a teenager, but you listened to his angry and sorrowful voice as he helped her talk down the crowd. Like everyone, he'd been affected by the breakdown, and yet he was trying to hold it together. Even as he became the focus of the crowd's ire, he didn't back down from it. It was a kind of tense silence that had led to either a fight or withdrawal, the end of hostilities. He was wishing it to be the latter, as she didn't want to fight these people, and she didn't want them staining their hands in blood, or any more blood, as one of them had implied. She'd noticed no one had asked if they'd be tried for murder for what they might have done. For the next 10 seconds, she waited with an anxious heart and a recurring pain in her legs. She still had pieces of metal sticking out of them. If a fight broke out, that'd make her situation even worse. Fortunately, it didn't seem like it had come to that. Weapons lowered, as did a couple of heads, but not the brunette. Her eyes continued to blaze with a fury that you could only stand firm against. However, it didn't seem intent to burn her, not anymore. Heads up. Someone yelled. Looking around, you saw the flaming objects descending like meteors. There was no time to think, only react. Jumping to her feet, she swatted them aside, noting how they seemed to be made of metal. Giant pieces of scrap metal. Immediately, she traced their trajectory as best she could dozens of blocks away, yet they were being fired with what precision? Someone had an eyesight quirk. It was the only way such shots could be made with such accuracy. What she didn't know was they were able to launch half a dozen of them so fast. The next volley was far too numerous for her to sway away. Looking down at the civilians, you did the only thing she could. Everyone huddled together. She fell over them like a giant blanket, feeling the full force of the rain hitting her backside. A moment later, and it was the projectiles, makeshift cannonballs. You grunted through their impact. Not the worst blows she'd suffered, but damn, if they weren't hurting. She bit her lip through the barrage while glancing down at the ground beneath her. Everyone had heeded her advice and crowded beneath her. Hopefully, the assault would end, and they'd be able to move to some place with more slosh, gah, erg. Just as she'd gotten used to blunt force trauma, in came something sharp, claw-like, coupled with what sounded like beating wings, and she knew this latest adversary. An avian quirk of some sort, and a fast one. If she moved, she'd be putting the citizens beneath her at risk. But unless she moved, she wouldn't be able to do anything about the attacks. She still heard the sound of cannon shots impacting the ground around her. She recognized it to be cover fire for Bird, as well as suppressing fire for her. Guess I had an audience after all. Just wish they were the friendlier kind. Arg! The pain shot through her right hand, forcing her to relax her grip. While she didn't feel Iron Step try to wiggle out, she saw a blur moving toward her hand. I don't think so. With a sudden jerk, she moved her arm away, denying the fly the prize they seemed to desire. You didn't know if he was an enemy or ally to Izuku, but she knew she had to keep him in her custody. Through the rain, she saw the flyer getting out of range as another volley of projectiles came down. One of them grazed her arm, further loosening her grip for a split second. You gritted her teeth through the pain, then turned her focus back to the crowd. Get to cover, all of you. Just let me handle this. Focus on saving yourselves and anyone you come across. She shouted. They made tracks in the rain, running toward the remaining buildings as you huddled over them while keeping her eyes on the flyer. Although he moved fast, the rain helped her keep constant track of him, both his form and the beating of his wings. She knew if she could get a good hit in, she'd be able to knock him down. Her moment came when the barrage of cannon fire eased up, allowing the flyer to come in close. You had a bead on him and was ready for him. All she had to do was swat him down, and this would be Flash. What the hell? It's called strategy, you overgrown bitch. Caught a haughty voice. What followed was another slash to her arm. Between the blinding flash of what she assumed to be a flashbang and the pain, you let her grip loosen enough her target had an opportunity to escape. Or rather, the flyer had an opportunity to scoop him up out of her hand. She felt the absence, and that became cause for her to fight through her blindness. Her vision was blurry, but she made out the distant shape of the bird-winged figure. Quickly looking around, she spotted some of the cannonballs, particularly a few that were intact. Without much thought, she grabbed one and flung it with as much accuracy as she could muster with half-cocked vision. Desperation seized her watching her first throw miss. Grabbing a second, she set it up with her right index finger and thumb. In her giant form, she could flick objects with enough force they could crash through buildings. So that absolutely meant they could down a flying object provided she could get a shot. There was a loud pop from her fingers as the metal sphere flew through the rain, then a bang as it hit its target. It was faint, but you saw the flyer falling, screaming in pain and outrage as he and Izuku fell toward the ground. They were a couple of blocks away, but they were down. All she had to do was get to them, something that was easier said than done. Moving agitated her wounds. She didn't need to look at them to know blood was running down her legs thanks to the rain, which she wouldn't have given for it to lighten up. Groaning, she stood up, focusing the pain into a few grunts. "Let me go after them," called a voice from the ground. Glancing down, she saw the hooded figure from before. Hadn't he ran away with the others? Had he come back? Why had he come back? To help her? All those questions tumbled from her mouth as she asked, "What the hell are you still doing here? Run. Get out of here. Believe me, I know I should, but I just couldn't. All right, look, I was watching you. I might know where they landed." He yelled. "Yep." He was definitely on the young side. "I'm not trying to play hero here. I'm just look out." She immediately knew more projectiles were coming. You heard them sailing through the air. It was easier to shield one person from the cannon fire as it rained down. Her back really was beginning to hurt. "Oh, enough of crap," sounded off a civilian beneath her. Although she tried to catch him with her eyes, you actually felt him climbing up her body to the top of her head. She usually hated it when strangers did that, but in this case, she found herself quickly making an exception. "Hey, cover your ears for this." You immediately did so, not bothering to question the boy on what he was about to do. Rewewa. Even with her ears covered, you felt the reverberations shaking her eardrums to the point they almost seemed ready to pop. If she hadn't covered her ears, they might have. Her earpiece communicator was pushed dangerously close to its limit thanks to the concussive roar. If it had been aimed directly at her, it'd have been blown to pieces. While her brain rattled, she reminded herself to check it when she got the chance. The roar ended and the patter of the rain returned, but to you, it felt deafened. Everything felt different after she heard the distinctively feline roar that the stranger had released. Hearing its echo, she looked ahead and saw the air seemed to have been cleared of any projectiles. You spied the broken-up pieces of a few cannonballs lie on the ground and in buildings. It seemed like each had been blown apart. "I didn't blow your ears out, did I?" called the hooded teen. "No, but it feels like you came damn close. A little warning next time." You answered. He let out a short, amused laugh that had her knitting her brow, although it further stoked you's curiosity. "I'll try to keep that in mind." He jumped off her head onto the ground, a few dozen feet with a perfect landing. As he looked up at her, you caught a toothy grin. "Oh, fine. You can come, but follow my lead. All right." She had quietly lamented her lack of a partner on this mission. While unexpected, it seemed that it had been remedied in an unexpected way. "By the way, what's your name, kid?" "Kyo Kayashiro Kaib." Leaning in a little closer, you was able to see his eyes beneath his hood. Bright green, a color that reminded her of All Might's protege. "Hey, what about your dash?" "I'll be fine, just stay close." Finally, she removed the shrapnel, grunting as she did so. Are you sure you should have done that? It'd be harder for me to walk with them still in there. Come on." Her quirk came with many pros and cons. Amongst the latter, when she grew her clothes didn't grow with her. Her costume was a special fabric that could do so, but she'd only found it after much trial and error. It was the only thing that could grow what her size bandages couldn't, meaning if she wanted to treat her wounds, she'd have to shrink down. She didn't want to give Iron Step that time to crawl away, or for someone else to get to him. As they came closer to the crash site, you begrudgingly acknowledged she might just have to. The buildings were sparse, but packed together enough she couldn't just waltz right on in. Despite the breakdown in civil order as well the damage already done to the city, she didn't want any more collateral damage. If he wasn't on the rooftops, then he'd landed in the streets somewhere. She wouldn't be able to search those effectively. Kayashiro would have to. He was as agile as a jungle cat. Between his growling and his sonic roar, you guess his quirk had to be feline-based. Specifically, it gave him abilities akin to a big cat's. Having worked alongside Shishido, she had an idea. She stood over the district where Izuku had landed, once again impeded. She grunted, causing Kayashiro to look up at her, then back at the buildings. "I'll go search for him," he called. You looked down at him, and he looked back up at her with a cross stare. "Look, I've seen you on TV. You don't do so well in tight spaces like this. Not unless you want to clear out the block." Tempting, but no. Although he'd helped her before, she was still weary. "Fine, but don't do anything stupid, all right? Remember Dash. This is my town," he said with a bit of force in his voice. "Just catch your breath for a second, okay? I can handle myself. I've had it since—" Yu's face fell. "Yeah, I know. Just watch your back, kid." Times like this, she really wished Kamui was with her. Or Edshot. Not only did their normal size work in their favor, but their quirks were also better suited for exploring tighter spaces, especially the ladders. They were needed elsewhere, and she couldn't let villains like Iron Step keep on running wild in Numazu. She came prepared to do the best she could. It had been enough to get her this far. She didn't mind getting some unexpected help along the way. Assuming this kid really was helping her, she appreciated him standing up for her earlier. That gave her hope that he wasn't leading her on. Then there was his coming back to do so again. Such courage had become incredibly rare nowadays. So too had any noticeable confidence in heroes. Minutes passed during which you heard nothing but the downpour against the land. No shouting or signs of a struggle, a potential good sign, or something to be worried about. All she could do was wait with bated breath for something to happen. Whatever that something turned out to be, she'd be ready for it. The pain in her legs and neck be damned. "Hey, MT lady." Suddenly the teen's voice shouted, homing in on it. You watched him ascend back to the top of a building. Holding in one hand was a flyer she'd encountered before. Her shot in combination to the apparent crash landing had left him a mangled mess. Like hawks, he possessed a pair of bird-like wings, but his feet were talons. They looked as sharp as they felt against her skin. Iron Step bailed on his rescuer and headed for the sewers. "Why, you're not taking the boss back. And in no way in hell." The avian flunky wheezed. You wonder if he'd been roughed up beforehand by Kayashiro. He shot Birdman a nasty glare that seemed to cause him to wince. Resting her hand on a nearby rooftop, you shut her eyes in frustration. Had to be the damn sewers, even if they're flooded. Then again, he'd been held in Tsuchikuzuchi prison, so I guess swimming through sewage is nothing. Her gigantification didn't allow her to operate in tight spaces, but she could use it to burst through when she wanted to. That'd only work if she caught Izuku, which was a whole another story. Jeez, you breathed out. Talk about a pain in the ass. He didn't think it'd be that easy, did you? You overgrown Dash. "Hey!" The hooded youth shouted. "Shut your mouth before you lose any more teeth." The villainous underling flinched. "I can try." His words trailed off as he looked at her. Kayashiro's eyes moved from her face down to her legs, then to her hands. It didn't take much for him to read her posture. "You need to take a break." "I'm fine, kid. I can dash." "You can't go looking around down there with your legs bleeding out. Do you want them to get infected or something? Sewer maintenance is completely broken down, so there's no telling what's in the water. You can't wade into it with your legs bleeding. Gah! Hey, let the bitch jump into the water. It's her dash." I said, "Shut up, bird boy." You knew Kayashiro was right. If she jumped into sewer tunnels with open wounds on her legs, The end result would be an affection, and one that'd take her out of action longer than she could afford. That wasn't even accounting for what she might find in the sewers, other villains or people taking refuge down there, particularly heroes. In seconds, she realized she was going to have to call off her search, just as she'd beaten Iron Step down enough he could be arrested. Although she didn't demolish anything, her hands still morphed into fists that trembled with anger. I'll help you find him. I've got a few maps of the sewers, not to mention my nose can be pretty sharp. Provided the rain lets off. Came that voice she'd first heard as a feral growl. You snapped to him, locking in on his green eyes beneath his hoodie. They sparkled with uncertainty, but not deceit, at least none she could detect. She also saw concern in his gaze. You mentally contemplated if that's what pushed her over the edge. All right, but give me a second to do something about him. Reaching for her earpiece, she tried putting a call through, although she had a few seconds of static. Eventually, she managed to get through. This is MT Lady. I've got a villain in need of pickup at, give me a second. Daigo Industries. Kayashiro informed. Daigo Industries. Look up the building. Avian-based quirk, but currently disabled. Huh. Wha? Dash. HRGH. All right. I'll leave him for pickup. Kayashiro kept a hold of the flyer, more so as he saw the annoyed look she sported as the call ended. The police are tied up at the moment, so we're going to have to leave him for pickup. Oh, come on. Can't you guys just let me go? The man cried. You helped a wanted criminal escape. Dumbass. You really think you're getting off that easily? Kayashiro sneered. You leaned forward, fixing her eyes on the older man. If you want a break, you could tell us where Iron Step went. The man's black eyes widened in fear at the suggestion, but then they narrowed in clear refusal. Go fuck yourself, you giant bimbo. Yu's eyes narrowed in anger, then they widened in surprise as a swift punch slammed into Wingman. He hit the ground unconscious. When he woke up, he'd definitely have a broken jaw on top of his own injuries. With startled eyes, she watched Kayashiro reach into his shoulder bag and pull out some rope. In no time at all, he had the man tied up, where he'd remain until hopefully the police could pick him up. She'd have made a witty comment if she hadn't been reminded of her leg wounds. Her vision was starting to get a little blurry. Hey, Kayashiro called. I've got some medical supplies back at my place. I can treat you. You need a treatment. Normally, I'd say go to hospital, but they're all either abandoned or they've been taken over. Same thing with a couple clinics. I about expected that. It's the same story in a lot of major cities and small towns. She didn't ask him how he'd gotten these supposed medical supplies. How far away is your place? A couple blocks away, but I can get us there fast enough. For that, though, you're going to have to shrink down and I'm going to have to carry you. She smiled at the increased uncertainty in his voice. Hey, if you make any cracks about my weight, you're going to regret it. She half jokingly and half seriously stated. Got it. Shrinking down always took no more than a second, the shift being instantaneous from her perspective. Outside perspectives confirmed the speed as well. Yu winced as she touched the rooftop, although a pair of hands were immediately on her shoulder helping balance her. She was grateful for it, and the chance to get an up-close look at Kayashiro. Although his hoodie was still pulled over his face, she was able to make out certain details, like his verdant eyes and black band that reached down to his face and the bridge of his nose. He turned his back to her, giving her just a few seconds to take in the details of his face. Huh, this'll be easier for me. Hold on to me, he called in a quieter voice. Still feeling a nagging curiosity as to what his face looked like, you climbed onto his back. Like many, many men, he towered over her. Kayashiro had to be a good 5'10", putting him several inches above her. That difference made it all the easier for her to climb onto his back. Despite the cold rain, you felt her cheeks heating up. After middle school, she stopped clinging to guys, and then the Paranormal Liberation War happened, and she clung to Gigantomachia of all people. This was entirely different. W-H-H-A, A-A-A little warning. Wind and rain whipped at her face as harshly as it had when she was in giant form. The city passed her in a blur as she looked around. I told you to hang on, didn't I? Kayashiro yelled back as he ran. Yep. He definitely had some sort of animal quirk. His speed reminded her of big cats on the move, namely cheetahs and even tigers. The same with his agility as he jumped rooftops as easily as some cats did tree branches. Just keep holding on to me. Trust me, I'm not leading you into a trap or anything. He called back. If you were, trust me, I'd make sure you regret it. You shouted back. It had been a while since she'd done this, gone for a ride atop of someone else. Usually, she was the one carrying people. Privately, she confessed it wasn't so bad with the reverse. More so with someone as big and strong as this Kayashiro. His personality wasn't too bad either, although the jury was still out on how things would ultimately turn out how he'd ultimately turn out. Look at me, she quietly mused. Been too damn long since a civilian was even remotely nice to you. Hell stood up for you. She and the others had agreed to suffer through any reminders of where public trust in heroes stood. At least, those who'd chosen to remain and keep on fighting. Depressing as it was, it meant only the most dedicated had been left. You never thought she'd be in that group, yet here she was. The first wave of resignation had come as rescue and recovery in the war's aftermath began. That now seemed like a lifetime ago despite it only being 2 months. In 2 months, the whole world had changed. Numazu stood as a testament to that. The once calm and bustling seaside city that was a stone's throw away from MT Fuji was a ruined shell of its former self. Several buildings were either destroyed or sporting battle damages. Looking to her left, she was able to make out some of the coastline, the place that had been hit by the worst of the anarchy. The anti-tsunami barricade had been damaged during the initial civil breakdown, and inevitably some villains or plain anarchists had tried to stir up tsunamis. None of them had been enough to wipe out the city, but the coastline had been devastated. For whatever it was worth, it wasn't like many people were traveling anymore, not domestically, and sure as hell not internationally, especially to Japan. Hey, MT lady? Called the youth carrying her through the city. He was fast and nimble, emphasis on fast. You wondered if he was hustling for her sake. Yeah, she called, not quite ready to ask him that. Although a little more at ease, she kept herself guarded for fear that something happened. Either he pulled a fast one, or someone came out of nowhere to attack them. Thanks for coming to town. Thank you. His voice was quiet, almost drowned out by the rain, but you heard him nonetheless. She pulled her head away, eyes wide and her heart skipping a beat. You knew she shouldn't have had such a reaction, but she was still caught off guard by it. She hadn't come to Numazu expecting anyone to thank her. It was the last thing on her mind. Such a thought would have been ludicrous to the younger her about a year ago. A lot had changed since then, and it seemed some things hadn't. Kayashiro, right? You can call me Kyo. He kicked off the edge of a rooftop. You instinctively tightened her hold on him, feeling how high up they were before she looked around. Despite the near 100 feet they were up, she wasn't scared, and not just because she could use her quirk, albeit with pain to her legs. Looking forward, she watched Kyo hold out his hands, his nails claws that dug into the building ahead of them. His other hand came down, and before she knew it, he was climbing up its side, quiet grunts lighting the way, and all while he carried her. Rather easily, he pulled himself up on a ledge and began to take off toward the opposite end, intent on repeating the process. As he ran, you felt her body, cold and battered, growing warmer. It's what heroes do, and, thanks to the ride, Kyo, she was glad he couldn't see her face. Otherwise, he might have seen the pink tint on her cheeks that went with the smile she bore. Kyo's apartment wasn't too bad. Matter of fact, he'd done quite well for himself, having seemingly an entire complex for himself, even if the ceiling had a glaring hole in it. Luckily, his living space, and hers for the time being, were on the 3rd floor. She had a good view of the window, which wasn't boarded up like dozens of others. You had seen more boarded-up windows over the last few months than she ever thought she would in her life. She hoped she'd live to see them come down, or hell, a time would come when every building didn't look like it belonged in a war or disaster movie. Wait right here. I'll be back with the bandages and the disinfectant. Once they were inside, Kyo's raincoat came off, including the hood. Finally, she was able to see his face. He had a damn cute pair of cat ears, black as the rest of his hair, which reached down his neck and the bridge of his nose. Such dark hair contrasted by bright green eyes. Even with the sting of her injuries and the residual shiver from rain, you noted how Kyokai wasn't a bad looker. Cute, and apparently a man of his word. Oh, and a good scavenger based on the supplies he'd stockpiled to make this complex livable. As she waited, she looked around the bedroom, noting how pristine it was. The apartment had 3 bedrooms, and she could tell only one had been used. This wasn't that bedroom. Kyo came back with a medical box that he flipped open and began extracting items from. Wordlessly, she held her legs out and allowed him to go to work. You a medical student or something? No, I just picked up what I could from a friend. You immediately regretted her words, seeing his eyes grow heavy with sorrow. He and some doctors of his went to help out with the chaos happening in Tokyo. That was about 2 weeks ago. I haven't heard anything from him since. He had a feeling something would happen, so he made sure I knew how to work some stitches and bandages just in case. His lips curved into a dim smile. You're the 3rd person I've operated on. So far, I've maintained a pretty good record. You laughed. Lucky me. She was lucky, all right, lucky on multiple accounts. So, what did you do? Were you a hero student? No, I was an 11th grader at Gori Senior High School. I was in the photography club and the art club. The smile on his face told her those were far happier times he wished he could go back to. As you can guess, school ended up getting canceled and has been for the last couple of months. Gori High School was a shelter for a while until a couple of students blew it to hell. Hearing made you close her eyes in frustration. Plenty of teenagers had given in to the chaos, realizing old fears about the destructive power of youth. It was expected by some given all pillars of authority in the country had broken down. Even worse, she'd heard some had enthusiastically embraced the anarchy, even choosing to walk down the road of villainy. You wondered if Kyo's former classmates had been those sorts of people. Kyo, where are your parents? She questioned. My dad worked for Brother Industries in Nagoya. The last I was able to get in contact with him. He was safe, but up to his eyeballs in work. Believe it or not, people have been hoarding anything they can, especially computers and household appliances. He answered without looking up from her legs. You sensed she was about to trend on a sensitive topic, but she pressed ahead anyway. And what about your mom? Died 3 years ago in a fire. I went to her grave about a week ago to make sure it was undisturbed. Same with the other graves. He temporarily looked up at her with a shadowed gaze. Trust me when I say you don't want to know. I can actually think of a few ideas, but I don't need any more. Thank you for very much. You answered, hoping she didn't sound too snappy. I'm sorry to hear about your mom. Thanks. Kyo's focus went back to tending to her leg. My dad's girlfriend has been trying to get a hold of him and me. I've been trying to call her and her son too, but so far, nothing. The good news is they're safe in a shelter somewhere. They evacuated earlier when most people left town. But you stayed. You remarked. She knew there was a story there, but she wasn't keen on pressing him for it. In the long run, it might not matter, but you couldn't deny she was curious. His father was in one city, while his girlfriend was elsewhere, presumably somewhere safe with her family. It was just him alone in this war-torn city. Glancing at his feline ears, you shuddered to imagine whatever disdain he might have gotten from the bigots who'd emerged from the shadows. I'm lucky you did. You know, you probably would have scrapped yourself up even more if I hadn't been, but I think you could have pulled it off. Of course he knew her. She'd made it her goal to be one of the most recognizable heroes out there, and she'd succeeded at that. What she didn't know was what people really thought about her. You think so? Despite the situation, she wasn't going to let an opportunity to learn more pass her by. She was ready for whatever the black-haired teenager had to say, and she showed it with her quiet yet intense stare. His green eyes looked back at her, widened in slight shock. I mean, you're a tenacious person. You've proved that by staying in it while dozens of other heroes have quiet, and the country's just gone to hell. I look like one of those types who'd call it quits when things got rough, didn't I? She plainly spoke. Keeping on him with her passive yet unbroken gaze made him realize there was no need to hold back. Yeah, you did. Although I'm happy I was wrong, and a lot of people here in New Mazu feel the same, even if they won't admit it. That includes the folks you met earlier, hard as that is to believe. He paused in thinking about them. You wondered if he'd had run-ins with them before, their interactions lending credence to the idea. Thanks again for coming to deal with Izuku. Ever since he broke out and came to town, he's torn the city apart to fight off his rivals and scare the hell out of anyone who thinks of resisting him. Or he just did it for fun. Seeing the way he looked at her arms, you held those out, giving him go-ahead to look at them as well. His cheeks flushed a little pink at the gesture. It brought a smile to her face. Hey, it's what heroes do, she said, not with a casual indifference, but with a serene firmness. I just wish I could grab him then and there. The bastard put up one hell of a fight. No offense, but you weren't expecting to be easy, were you? Kyo innocently jabbed as he began treating her arms. The cuts she had on them weren't anything major compared to her legs, but they were still worth taking a look at. More so since there was a possibility she was going to be wading through sewage water in a little bit. Nope, but he wasn't as tough as the last giant I faced. Behind her coy laughter, you shuddered at the memory of Gigantomachia. Izuku was nothing compared to him, that bastard Disal. Even now, she still looked at his defeat and imprisonment as something of a miracle. If it hadn't been for Endeavor, you doubted they'd have been able to stop Gigantomachia. That stung her pride, but not nearly as much as some might have believed it might. Hey, I don't know if you can answer this, but that last giant you faced, is there any chance he might break out? She looked at Kyo, noting the slight fear in his face. He's in a secure prison built specifically for him, but I wouldn't put it past all for one or the League to try to break him out. If they do, I'll be there to stop him. I'm the only one that can. She'd tried before and hadn't succeeded, but you knew she could at least stalemate Gigantomachia for a little bit, if that kept him from causing more destruction. So be it. For the record, her voice sounded catching his attention. I'm hoping like hell he doesn't break out. Fortunately, no one's made any attempt. You know, some people have just downright lost faith in the concept of prisons. Yeah, I've noticed. What about you, Kyo? Now it was her turn to question him. To quell more of the curiosity she felt regarding him, his eyes shifted to hers, the guard falling as he answered. Honestly, I don't know. I've seen people do some horrible things to each other since everything broke down. Stealing is one thing, but just outright murdering each other in cold blood and torturing people just because they could, or worse, because they thought they deserved it somehow. Instead of sitting on the bed beside her, he just sat down on the floor, looking at it in angsty contemplation. Dodging those people and running into them, some part of me did think, wouldn't it just be better if they were gone for good? No chance to break out again? No chance to escape and go off to hurt more people? You saw his eyes move from the floor to his hands, namely his fingers. She'd seen them dig into stone and steel, so she was certain they could rip apart flesh as well. Shishido, who possessed a similar quirk, had done the same, so it stood to reason that Kyo could too. More so, since he seemed to have the same wild impulses he did. Then again, I've known what it feels like to be forced to just sit in a place with nothing to do. Heh, boredom can be pretty scary too, so there's that. You shared a laugh with him at that. She knew how deadly boredom could be, but there were plenty of ways to alleviate it. Not so much when one was sitting in a cell, or completely locked down to the point they couldn't even move a finger. Considering some people could cause a massive amount of destruction from just that simple gesture, such measures were entirely warranted. That said, you wouldn't deny she could see some reasoning in the argument of making sure such people never moved again at all. Her laughter died, and with it her focus on Kyo intensified. He kept on looking at his nails. "Kyo," she quietly called. Finally, he looked up at her, his face slightly guarded yet stained with unease. Have you had to?" He shook his head. "No. But it's not like I'd never hurt anyone before all this. I got into fights when I was a kid. Still did, but I try to tone it down. Still, sometimes you feel a little happy being able to just cut loose a little, right?" He looked at her in shock. "You laughed. Hey, I've worked with Shishido. I know that sometimes he has those same impulses, but he keeps them in check or channels them. I can see you've done the same. There was something in the way he looked at her, questioning how she could make such a statement despite having just met him. You gently pushed off the bed and slid down so she was sitting on the floor across from him. Although a little less comfortable, she was on literal even ground with him. You stopped a mob killing. You helped me stop a mob killing. That's not something just anyone can do, especially nowadays. It had been a lot easier just to join them, to beat down on Izuku until he was a bloody stain on the ground, especially after what he's done to the city and its people, including you. You had an opportunity, too, when you helped me locate that flyer. You could have lied to me and told me he hadn't survived when you'd really killed him. Kyo's eyes widened, showing that the thought apparently hadn't crossed his mind. That was something you inwardly took solace in. You're not as bad as you think you are. Kyo, she silently complimented. It might have been better if she vocalized that, but you was temporarily stunned by how cute the teenager looked with that innocent shock. It lasted until he looked back down at his hands, specifically his claws. I guess I could have done that, couldn't I? Just let the rain wash away the blood, or made up a story about how he'd attacked me and I acted in self-defense. He stated, you could have done the latter, but I have seen through it. You replied in a dismissive tone. The cat-eared boy arched an eyebrow. Really? You immediately rose to the challenge. Definitely. I've spotted more lies than you may think over the course of my career, and life in general. Now, that last part was something you definitely want to keep to herself. Kyo's eyebrow remained notched, nearly becoming a source of incitement for her. I don't know what you've seen or heard, but detective work is a part of being a hero, and I've got some experience in that department. It's just not one that gets much publicity, at least with the mainstay crowds. A somewhat amused laugh slipped from Kyo's lips. People only have enough patience for about an hour of detective work, and that's usually mixed in with some drama. She joined him in a short laugh. Or they just want to tune in to the end when the detective busts the bad guy, then explains how he did it. Admittedly, she didn't hold that against people. She was guilty of the same. Heroes are still doing that, chasing down leads wherever they can, especially those better suited for that sort of thing. Kyo stared back at her for a second longer before looking to his right to the window, sparing it a glance. He was pleasantly surprised to find the rain had lightened up. That's good to know. The way he was staring at the window caught her attention. Kyo, she called. What is it? Is it something about the weather? Should I worry about being attacked? No, it's just, His feline ears twitched, something you found both cute and perplexing. She theorized it reacted to his emotional state. Maybe if he tried lying to her, they would have twitched. It gave her more reason to believe he was an honest kid, honest of good heart, but he had something on his mind. Hey, whatever it is, just tell me. Impatience mixed with near-burning curiosity got the better of her, leading her to stretch her hands out. She turned his face back to hers. His cheeks blushed red, something that made her immediately realize what she'd done. With a touch of pink on her own cheeks, you pulled her hands back. Tell me. I want to know. I need to know if it's about Iron Step. His ears twitched again. I think, if the rain's lightening up, then I think I might be able to track his scent. If I could get a hold of something with his scent in the first place. You can? Really? Oh, that's great. Perfect. Now I'll be able to track that bastard down. This would have been one of those moments her quirk activated. If it wasn't for her self-control, barely. Her raised arms would have shattered the ceiling, clearing the way for her head and upper body. She'd probably have demolished the entire apartment. Definitely not the best thing to do to a guy who not only patched her up, but also just gave her a major lead. I'm just saying I think I might be able to track him down. Society collapsing hasn't been all bad. It's made me push my abilities to heights I never knew I could reach. He scratched his neck as he broke eye contact with her. The kid didn't seem keen on regaining it. That didn't mean he couldn't hear her, though. Then this'll be your chance to push yourself. That is, if you've got it in you. You found she didn't have to pull too hard, mostly because Kyo was already leaning in that direction. When he looked at her, she smiled in a half-teasing and half-gentle manner. You know, I feel like you should be trying to stop me from going out. The teenager remarked. Yeah, I should, but I also know when I'm going to need some backup. Not to mention you strike me as the type who'll tag along even if I tell you not to. Kyo may not have been studying to be a hero, but she could see he had some of that fire in him. That said, you follow my lead no matter what, got it? Green Eyes stared back at her in an unceasing stare that made her heart stir. As far as he was concerned, it was further proof she'd stumbled upon someone who would absolutely be a help to her, and most likely one of the last glimmers of light in Numazu. Got it, Kyo finally said. But you should probably let your wounds heal up a little bit first. Plus, his face fell. We still have to find something with Izuku's scent on it. Yu's face did the same. Shit, forgot about that part. Leaning back against the bed, she started racking her brain around what they could use. Obviously, it'd have to be something he'd have touched. The crash site where she'd shot him down came in mind, but the rain was only just now lightening up. Surely the blood will have washed away by now. They needed something untouched by Mother Nature. Something. Wait a sec. Sitting up, she crossed her arms and bowed her head in concentration. Her caretaker and seeming partner took immediate notice. You got something? I might. His hideout. Sure, it's trash, but the interior should still have some stuff with a scent on it. Her mind flashed to the sorry state, said high-rise had been left in, not completely trashed, but there was no way Izuku would be returning to his high-rise hideout. Maybe he'd find another such place to hide away. One thing was certain. His wounds were going to need some time to heal, and he'd need a place with a lot of metal for his quirk to operate at full effectiveness. This was a city, though Izuku wouldn't have to look too hard to find metal. The hitch, and their advantage, was him finding enough of it to build himself another giant avatar. While she contemplated, Kyo stood up, forcing you to title her head upward to meet his eyes. She already knew what he was going to say before he'd even opened his mouth. The Nishiki Godai building, right? I'll head over there. We'll head over there. She corrected. No, just me. You use the time to get some rest. Yu's nose wrinkled. Listen, kid, you just agreed to follow my lead. So dash. This is something I can do by myself, and I'm better at it. Sniffing around, trying to pick up a trail. Let me do that while you let your wounds heal. He fired back, not overwhelmingly, but with a quiet determination she found striking. If it comes down to another fight like last time, you're going to need more of your strength. I'm plenty strong enough now. You retorted. Despite the clear height difference between them, she rose, mustering all the determination she could. Kyo met it with his own, leading to a silent stare down between them. Kyo didn't back down. His feline ears didn't twitch, nor did his gaze waver. He stood as tall and imposing as a mountain. Or rather, a lion, one bravely staring back at the mountain before him. He was impressed, but she didn't let that show. A 17-year-old kid was about to walk into a potentially dangerous situation on her watch. But the kid wasn't going to back down. On one hand, she had a strong feeling he wanted to prove himself. But on the other, you had to wonder, was he really concerned for her? Stupid question. He took you back to his place and patched you up without doing anything shady. And this is after he defended you when the mob was ready to jump you to kill a man in cold blood. He's had a lot of chances to stab you in the back. So how's about you give him some trust? Spoke her inner conscious in a surprisingly rational voice. It sounded a hell of a lot like Kim Yui Woods, even though she knew her partner would be against this as much as she would be. He'd be chastising her for considering this plan in any way. The consideration grew as their stare down continued. Fine. She relented. You get in, catch his scent, maybe take some of you think will help you track him, and then get out. Don't fight, Dash. Don't fight unless I have to. I got it. Call me Mom, and you'll regret it. You immediately swiped. His lips curved into a thin smirk. Wasn't even thinking about it. Right. You played off. I'm serious. She casually fell back onto the bed, turning her head to the side. Totally believe you. It's not like you're old. You're only in your 20s, early 20s at that. Sure, anything you dash. Quick as the lightning that once flashed across the sky, you whipped her head back to look at him directly. Wait, what? You're just what, about 25 years old? That's just 8 years shy of me and a couple of my old friends. Not to mention you dash, despite stopping short. The way his cheeks lit up was all the explanation you needed. A smile grew on her face, the kind of smile she hadn't worn in months. Not to mention, I look it, don't I? Spreading her arms out, she leaned back, drinking in a way Kyo gawked at her, at least before he looked away, but that just made the blush on his cheeks more visible to her. You held up her seductive smile for a moment longer before she let it melt into laughter. It quickly filled the room, drowning out the weakening patter of the rain outside. Okay, now that you got your kicks in, I'm heading out. I should be back in about half an hour. Kyo declared, marching toward the door. Now, if only he had a tail. She thought to herself upon sitting up. Just make sure to watch yourself, Kyo. I will. Trust me. I won't bring the whole place crashing down, he called before stopping halfway out the door. You can help yourself to any food you can find except the lemon Kit Kat bars. I had to search high and low for those. You made a face. You can keep those. But do you have anything peach-flavored? Kyo visibly thought about it for a second. I honestly don't know. You can check for yourself. So, you're giving me permission to go through your food stash? You jabbed. Hey, I already carried you in here bleeding over the floor, and you're resting on one of the beds. He shot back, although he looked away. He didn't leave the room or her, even though he seemed to want to. Besides, it's just the least you deserve for what you did. Just stay out of my room. Oh, trust me, I've got no intention of going in there. She added a bit of humorous disdain to her response. Kyo smiled, then left the room, although you could still hear his footsteps. With the absence of TV or any other occupants, she imagined the whole building was a silent place. It didn't make you fancy the idea of staying there, at least not long-term. In dwelling on that, she ended up thinking about what Kyo had been through. How long had he been living in this place? Based on what she could tell, it must have been a few weeks, perhaps a month. Had it been longer than that? She wondered what happened to his original home, a quandary that was answered as she thought back to the damage done to Numazu. Apparently, his high school had been repurposed into a shelter into it no longer became safe. Things in the city fell apart too fast for proper shelters to be constructed. The police being overwhelmed certainly hadn't helped things. Her feet carried her to the living room where she patiently waited for him to finish assembling his things. That didn't take too long as he appeared before her, dressed in that same dark raincoat and a backpack at the ready. I'll be back. Yeah, I know you will. Just remember what I said. I'm the hero here. Remember that. She said, I know. Kyo's hands tightened at his side. But this is my city, so I've got to do something. More than I've been doing. The pain and the desire in his eyes was something she'd seen several times in her remaining pro-heroes and the young students who'd chosen to keep at it with them. If she didn't know any better, she'd assume Kyo had been one of them. He went out the front door and leaped off the second-floor railing, landing on a nearby rooftop. You watched him run through the drizzle the downpour had become until he disappeared from her sight amidst the wreckage. There was something somber in watching him go, yet you felt a vague sense of joy as well. Looking up at the still gray sky, she hoped it wouldn't let loose another downpour. Not only would it impede Kyo's ability to track a scent, but she also didn't fancy the idea of the boy getting caught in the rain. At least, he didn't seem to have a problem with it. Suddenly, her body grew warm at the memory of him carrying her atop his back on the way back to this hideout. She chuckled thinking of what it'd be like if he did a bridal carry. Wouldn't that have been something? It wouldn't have been the sort of thing she wanted people to see, the famed or infamous MT lady being carried away by some unknown kid. A pretty brave and kind kid, a brave and kind person. After another minute of taking in the moist, cool breeze, you headed back inside. Now she had to confront a new dilemma, what to do for the next half hour. She sure as hell wasn't going to trash the place. That would have just been plain rude, even for her. If he had a phone, she could try to get in contact with law enforcement and the other heroes. The world kept on spinning while she was here trying to root out one villain. Probably should have asked him where the phone was. She'd hardly paid attention to the living table and its contents, but she did the second she saw a few papers and folders lying atop of it. Now, she had nothing else to do, so she walked over and examined them. Oh, yeah. He said he was in the photography club at his high school. The pictures were recent, or at least pre-destruction, although she didn't know what significance the buildings held. You knew they had to be important to Kyo in some way. Eyeing the top folder, she reached over and flipped it open. Although she took note of the papers within, what really caught her attention was the photo right in the center. Her magenta eyes widened as she looked at it, roaming every inch of it. She eventually took it up with her right hand. Kyo, like so many people, he looked a lot happier in the photo, no doubt taken before the societal crash. Instead of a clear blue sky, the picture seemed to have been taken at sunset. She immediately theorized he and his 3 friends present had taken the photo after school, given the sunset and their uniforms. Kyo and another male plus 2 girls, all smiling with such youthful faces. Although you knew it was probably for the best she put the photo down, she couldn't bring herself to do so. Something about Kyo's beaming smile just drew her in. Now remembering his hobby for photography, she found herself wondering if there were other photos of him smiling and maybe laughing. You lowered the picture and looked around the somewhat cluttered apartment. He did say his room was off limits. By the time he reached the Nishikigodai, building the rain had stopped completely. Even if it took some time for the scent of rain to fully dissipate, Kyo knew he could look past it to find what he needed to if he looked or smelt hard enough. It was also nice to see the clouds beginning to break to reveal parts of the blue sky. No sunshine, but better than the gray rain of depression that had started late in the morning. Most days were already depressing enough without the weather piling onto it. Given how high up he was, he appreciated the break in the weather all the more. It sucked being high up and having nothing to look at but dark clouds and rain, especially over a broken city. He didn't stop to look out at it until he reached his destination. It was easy to spot the Nishikigodai building amongst the others. It had a giant hole in its top floor that exposed it to the unforgiving sky. Many of the glass windows halfway down were broken, exposing the interior to the rain and now the wind. They did provide a rather convenient way inside. Right after stepping through one such window, he looked back at the cityscape. A person like him ordinarily never would have set foot on the first floor, much less what might have been the 25th, with an amazing view of the Numazu. What had once been an amazing view. Even as the clouds broke, all Kyo saw looking out were ruins. At least, he didn't see any smoke columns. Not yet. At least, once he'd done enough sightseeing, he headed inside. While he looked around, Kyo kept a sense of smell and hearing alert. The place looked like a disaster, but that just made it all the more inviting for scavengers. By now, they must have realized Izuku and his goons weren't coming back. He walked deeper into the building, away from the shattered windows. The deeper he went, the somewhat easier it became for him to catch the scent of the building's previous occupants. It had been insulated against the rain. Kyo knew there was a bedroom of some sort within the building, one that Izuku had commandeered for himself. It'd be perfect of picking up the bastard scent. Although Kyo didn't relish the idea of setting foot in there, he'd do what he had to do to pick up his trail. Preferably, he'd prefer grab anything else he might have touched, but the bedroom was where he'd be able to catch the strongest smell and follow it wherever it may lead. So far, it led him down ruined halls that had pricey furniture that cost more than all that in his old house put together. It was without a doubt a lavish apartment that Kyo could admit he'd have loved to spend a night or two in, especially if he had a beautiful girl to enjoy it with. The sultry image of MT Lady popped into his mind near immediately. Kyo groaned as he hung his head low, trying to push the image back. As much as he wanted to say it was just Regency, he knew that wasn't entirely the reason. She was actually pretty nice. At least she wasn't taking advantage of his hospitality, although he probably wouldn't know the full measure of that until he got back. He was at least hopeful she wouldn't ransack his place, or leave it an even bigger mess than it already was. It had been someone else's home before him. Kyo sometimes wondered what happened to its previous occupants. When he moved in, he hadn't found any blood on the first 2 floors, but on the next 3 he saw scorch marks and signs of vandalism. There was a myriad of lingering smells, many stretching out the door. That's how he knew the many residents had probably evacuated. Alternatively, they fled for their lives like so many others. Kyo wondered what the story was for the previous occupants of this place. He knew Izuku was sure as hell hadn't any claim to it prior to his lockup. After some walking, he found the bedroom door, which he promptly kicked open. The forcible entry echoed through the halls, and his ears. So far, he was the only one around to hear it. Stepping forward, he was immediately hit by the opulence of the bedroom. The ceiling was still intact despite the damage to the outside, although the portraits that once hung on the walls had fallen. The same went for the statues that once stood comfortably on shelves for its occupants' viewing pleasure. Kyo walked forward, seeing perfectly in the dark. To him, the lights might as well have been on, revealing everything the room had to offer. His foot moved from hardwood to soft carpet in his journey to the king-size bed. If there was one thing he knew would have Izuku's scent, it'd be that. Coming upon it, he was proven right as he leaned over it and took in the lingering odor. Kyo hated doing it, but did so regardless. He reached over and picked up a pillow to hold close to his face. He got as much of his scent as he would need or could stomach. Once he had it memorized, he dropped the pillow to the floor. Kyo looked back at bed in the darkness, noting how well made it was. He doubted Izuku would be sleeping in it again, or at least he hoped he wouldn't. "No, he won't," he whispered to himself, his hand wrapped into a fist that seemingly grew tighter by the second. "One way or another, I'm taking him down. Listen to you, sounding so big and tough, but only because a pro hero showed up and did most of the heavy lifting." He gnashed his teeth at the biting voice, which spoke the painful truth. Like the shower that once fell over his hometown, the fire of resolve was doused. Kyo's hand fell limply at his side. Maybe as a sign, a new smell entered his nostrils, and his hearing picked up the sound of footsteps. Whoever they were trying to be stealthy, but he heard them and smelt them. Spinning around, Kyo went on full alert. He remained as such even as he recognized the scent. With a quickened heart, he bolted from a room and ran down the hallway, throwing away his own attempt at stealth. A trigger scent. He'd heard it a couple of times growing up. As he did, he thought it was nothing but a rumor, but people claimed it was real. Specifically, certain insidious groups used it to lure people into their clutches. That had never happened to Kyo, but he supposed he still had his own trigger scent that could send him into a frenzy. "Asami!" he shouted, bursting into what he assumed to be a study. There she was, frozen by the roar of his voice and the fierceness of his glare. She immediately answered it with a glare of her own. Like everything else in the apartment, Kyo was able to make out every one of her features despite the darkness of the room. She'd gone to tying up her once shoulder-length auburn hair into a bun. Nowadays it got in the way of her work. Said work had caused quite a wardrobe change in her. Kyo wondered where she'd gotten the black leather catsuit she now sported. Probably a gift from her new friends given her new occupation. It didn't get in the way of her hands, morphing into the side like blades she once used to cut up food and paper. He considered it a good thing he didn't see or smell blood on them as he had the last time. "Kyo," she whispered in a tight voice, "come pick up the scraps, or are you here to make sure Izuku doesn't come back?" Asami's stance was guarded, ready to spring into action at any second. "Asami, if there's money in here, I don't think it'll be a good idea to split it," she stated. "I don't give a damn about money or whatever the hell's in there." "I'm calling bull on that, Kyo," Asami retorted. She was right. He wasn't entirely uninterested in what was in the safe hidden behind the wall. Whatever it was, it must have been important to Izuku. When he'd activated his quirk, he'd avoided sucking it up while taking the top floors and nearby buildings for his steel golem. He hadn't sent anything or anyone after it. "I heard that a pro was in town, MT Lady." His lack of response confirmed her words, causing her to go on. "Don't tell me you're helping her or something, trying to score an autograph or something more. I'm trying to help put our town back together. You could lend a hand, you know." Kyo quietly retorted, "That's what I'm trying to do. Can't you see that? I see you're being taken advantage of by a gang of jerks no better than Izuku. You're the one who's blind, Asami. This isn't what Shoma or Macy would have wanted." "Shut up. Shut up, shut up, Kyo. Just shut up." He didn't enjoy striking such a raw nerve, but the deed was done. "I don't want to hear any of that bullshit from you." Once more, his hands balled into fists. Well, you're going to hear it. I'm going to tell it to you because you hear it. Like you got a right to criticize me. You've been running around being a vigilante to Kyo. Yeah, but I haven't been killing people in cold blood, and sure as hell not the word of a bunch of fanatical maniacs. They're not fanatics. They're the people trying to protect this town. They're stepping up when everyone else has failed, including your precious heroes. The vault of Sami had been about to carve open was completely forgotten. Kyo would have felt like he'd forgotten his unlikely house guest if she hadn't been brought directly into the conversation. I heard the stories going around. MT lady? Seriously. Kyo held his tongue, but he had a feeling that it was only going to last another few seconds. Asami's sneer grew at his silence. A brainless bimbo isn't going to save our town or anyone. You are always smarter than that. The shot of anger was stronger, hotter than he thought it'd be. He felt his fangs elongating, yet Kyo kept it contained to a short-lived snarl. A gang of greedy, self-serving bastards isn't going to do the job, Asami. They'll do it a lot better than a giant bimdash. Will you knock it off with that? Geez, you never talked that way about her. Hell, the only people you ever talked that way about were real idiots. Cowards who ran at the first sign of trouble. What control he had slipped up, and Kyo wasn't sure he could get it back, or he even wanted to. Something about hearing his new house guest insulted just struck a nerve in him. He felt his fangs and claws out, his voice a bestial snarl that had the mantis girl he once called his friend bracing herself. She knew just because he hadn't gone off the deep end like countless others didn't mean he wasn't dangerous. She also seemed to realize their friendship, past tense, wouldn't stop him from lashing out if pushed far enough. Considering what she'd done, Asami probably knew she couldn't point fingers without looking like a hypocrite. Her eyes finally wavered after minutes of tension-filled glare. It was only for a second, but Kyo saw it. The first instinct he had the instinct to go to her came back like a roaring tidal wave. The last 2 months of fighting for survival stayed his hand. He wished it hadn't. Kyo, she whispered in a voice that revealed a smidgen of the hurt that he knew she was feeling. We can't rely on heroes anymore. Not even the ones that are still at it despite all the shit we're giving them. Asami, he found it in him to lower his hands and unfurl them. She lowered her arm blades, making him hope they were past the point of trying to kill each other. A pro's here, a hero is here. One that's still trying to do her job even after most of them have called it quits. Kyo bit his tongue in pointing out why. Although he knew some people probably just didn't have it in them for the long run, it was hard to do your job when people continuously bash you for it, even when said job was saving them. I've got no problem helping her out because she actually wants to help. Despite knowing she couldn't see him, he reached out his hand. Asami, you could help too. Please, please. He saw the cracks in her face through which he was trying to reach through. Her expression was far from the heated glare she'd shot him, but he still wasn't happy to see her looking so confused and broken. Kyo saw the way her arm blades trembled. Asami's head fell low enough he couldn't see her eyes, only her auburn hair and the insectoid antennas that sprouted from her head. People always loved teasing her about them, and she always loved showing them off. They buzzed with her excitement and fell with her sorrow. Kyo watched them do the latter as a short sob emanated from her. Asami, Kyo called again. Shut up, just Aga. Her sigh-like arms rose, and Kyo went on guard, but he didn't have to. The powerful air blades she'd learned to conjure weren't aimed at him but the wall. He watched them blow it apart, and then watched Asami rush through it. Asami, wait. Come on, don't do this. Let me help. Damn it, we're still friends. His feet carried him after her and into the dimming light of the rest of the apartment. Asami. He heard her blades swipe again and something breaking. Kyo chased her back to the window, or what remained of it. Looking down, he saw her sliding down the side of the building. Asami, just shut up and leave me alone, Kyo. With impressive strength, she kicked off the side of the building and slashed her way into a nearby one. That's where he lost sight of her, but he still had her scent. With the rain having completely cleared up, he could track her down if he wanted to. A part of him truly did, but he knew if he took off after her, it'd be a hell of a chase that might end with a fight, or a shouting match, or an encounter with the new Numazu network, a group that Kyo genuinely didn't feel like seeing again. Less so since MT Lady would begin to worry about where he was. She could get involved in this. While he had a hunch her involvement would reveal the group's true colors, he had a strong feeling Izuku would use time spent from the fighting to recover his strength. Speaking of time, Kyo knew he was running on his own limited amount regarding tracking down the escaped villain. If I try to track him down, I may end up going over the time limit anyway. Looking out over the hole, he weighed his two options. They stood like two skyscrapers before him, each beckoning to him. Heh, guess I'm in for an earful either way, Kyo remarked with a bit of humor. Gazing out at the horizon, he took solace and continued breaking in the clouds. The smell of rain still hovered over the world, but it was no longer the suffocating blanket it once was. Focusing, he was able to make out the lingering smells that rose from the broken city. Kyo made his choice and leaped from the building, eventually crashing down onto the nearby rooftop, where his hunt continued. Hey, I'm back. Living room. Kyo honestly never believed he'd be walking home and finding a pro hero on his couch, especially one he found rather cute, beautiful, even. MT Lady looked cute with her mask on, but without it there was something different about her that gave him pause. He could see the whole of her face, namely the scar that ran over her left eye, a memento from the war she and her colleagues had fought little over 2 months ago, that along with the neck brace he'd occasionally seen her wearing at press conferences. For this mission she'd gone, without it leaving him with the impression she either no longer needed it or wanted to push herself. Based on what he'd seen, she'd done pretty well without it. Although looks could always be deceiving. The woman in front of him was less than 5'5", much shorter than him. Yet her quirk could allow her to tower over most buildings. She was still dressed in her hero outfit. Not that she had anything else to wear, or he was expecting her to be wearing anything else. At least not prior to this very moment. Her lips curved into a smile. I knew you'd go over your limit. Hey, it's not like I've got a curfew, and no offense, but try to enforce one on me isn't going to go so well. He jabbed. Oh, relax. Just as long as you're not making a ruckus, keeping me from getting some shut-eye. She seemed to accept that this mission was going to drag on into tomorrow. Just wait until she heard what he had to report. You didn't run into trouble out there, did you? He heard the concern in her voice. I saw some things, but otherwise, no. Not a lie, just a half-truth. Aside from Asami, he had run across some people coming out of the shadows. Word had begun to spread about Izuku being defeated, not killed or arrested, but beaten in a fight. The ruler of Izuku had eaten some dirt and was no longer the invincible overlord he projected himself as. On one hand, it offered a ray of hope to people, but it was also an intervention to stir up some more chaos, namely for their own advancement. You probably already know this, but I tracked Izuku back to his hideout. He patted his shoulder bag. I took some pictures. Hey, I knew you would. He liked her smile. You're a good photographer, you know that. His smile turned into a broad grin. So I've been told. They were at the kitchen table, his reconnaissance photos of Iron Step, Izuku's new lair. Although he'd faintly heard of a Maya financial bank before, he'd never actually been to the physical building. All he'd heard about it came from his classmates, including those whose parents worked there. When he found it, it looked like the numerous other banks in town, crumbling on the outside and decimated on the inside. He supposed he could say gutted fit just as well, if not more so. That's what he saw through the broken windows and blown open door. He was smart enough not to go inside where Izuku was sent led. Some of my classmates who had parents there said there's an underground tunnel that runs to some place, some warehouse on the coast for money to be moved. He offered as the blonde examined the pictures. I honestly don't know how true that is, but hey, maybe it's true. If it is, then Izuku might have already fled, or he's hiding out somewhere and biding his time to recover. I know that Amaya Financial has some top-notch security for all their banks, and that includes their Numazu facility. She remarked. Kyo noted she had a completely different look now compared to how she usually appeared on camera for audiences. Either way, we need to get inside to find out. Finally busting into a bank. Kyo amusingly mused. Looking at these pics, There's nothing left to rob. She paused. Maybe. Kyo half expected to see some glint in her eyes, but there was none. Outside of Izuku and perhaps his cohorts, there was nothing of interest to her in the bank. Then again, it's not like any hero agency is doing so hot right now. I'll go in first. Her magenta eyes swiftly turned upward, meeting his. I may not know the place inside and out, but I'm way better at stealthing you. Rub it in, why don't cha? She temporarily pouted. Look, Kyo, I'm going to have to go in there eventually. Then let me spring the traps. Let me be the bait. He pressed while placing both hands on the table. All right, it's not like it'd be the first time I had to wait for my time. Or I'll have to potentially operate in cramped spaces. You're not claustrophobic, are you? No, but I'm not a fan of tight spaces. Yeah, no. She went back to looking at the photos of the bank. If Kyo had to guess, she was mulling the possibility of an underground passage going from the bank to somewhere else. He guessed she would try to ascertain rather or not her quirk would allow her to burst through the underground tunnels. She'd be a little help in a direct fight. But her size, shifting would still cause some noise that might help cause a distraction. In contrast to her weakness, Izuku might be able to use his quirk at better efficiency. Sure, he preferred using it to create giant limbs and avatars, but he could still use it effectively in tighter spaces, so long as he had some metal to control. He watched her rub her neck amidst her contemplation. The brief snapshot of her, wearing a neck brace, came back to him. His mind ran the simulation of her bursting through dozens of feet of concrete. Cole couldn't help but wince at the amount of pain that had caused her pain he could save her from. Hey, don't look at me like that. I'm not that fragile. He blinked, and she giggled while still rubbing her neck. I saw you looking at my neck. You're not the first person to give me that look. Cam Yui gave me the same when I decided to go without my neck brace. You wanted to see how you could do without it, right? He asked, hoping he'd get it right. Based on the way she smiled at him, he did. Bingo. People told me it was reckless, but I did it anyway. Plus ultra. It had been a while since he'd said the phrase. How long, Kyo didn't know, but he knew it had been over a year at least. The way she smiled caused a fluttering heat in his cheeks. Yeah, something like that. I've been wearing it since the Liberation War. Trust me, I know I had to, given how my neck had been nearly snapped in half and how I could barely hold it upright for a while. Even now, I can still swear I get phantom pains. Do you ever get nightmares? Yeah, everyone does. There's not a person that was involved in that battle that doesn't get nightmares about it. Her hands fell from her neck down to the table, where they lay like a pair of fallen trees. Her eyes were as gloomy as the gray clouds that still dotted the evening sky. Thanks to those clouds, the darkness of night was hastened. For the heroine in front of him, it seemed like night had already fell. Kyo kicked himself for being the one to usher it in for her. Frankly, even before that we had nightmares. Everyone has bad dreams about something every once in a while. She arched a brow at his ongoing stare. Hey, you're cute, but you're going to have to try a little harder to that info out of me. She thinks I'm cute. He internally marveled. She thinks I'm cute. Hey, Kyo, MT Lady called. Her eyes had a unique shimmer in them as she focused on him and him on her. Were you watching the war on TV? He nodded. What did you think of it? I'm guessing you saw what Hawks had to do? And you saw Dabi Toya too, right? It was a blink that lasted only a second. Yet Kyo still felt like he was hurtled back in time and forced to relive the few minutes he watched that scar-faced maniac reveal himself as Endeavor's son. All the dark secrets of the Todoroki family aired on live TV, bolstered by said maniac continuing to kill as many people as he could, including his own catatonic father. Thankfully, it ended, but that just left him staring at the concerned magenta eyes of a hero that was there at the scene of the battle. A hero that had chosen to keep on fighting in its aftermath. She was ready for whatever answer he'd give her, potentially including his own thoughts on the Todoroki family. I was honestly scared. Just completely fucking scared. I'd seen fights before, but what bits of news was able to catch just made me feel like there was something different about this one. Maybe because it involved those meta-liberation extremists. That was probably personal, though. Kyo lifted his hand up to his ears, sometimes referred to as his second set of ears. His maternal grandparents and their parents would have called them their first set. Generations ago, my family was a part of the meta-liberation movement. It was around the time quirks started showing up, and my mom's side of the family showed a few feline features. Some people thought it was cute, but others were freaked out by them. Her lips parted as she absorbed the new information. Clearly not something she'd been expecting. I won't tell anyone, just in case you're worried about that. Kyo raised his hands and pinched his fingers, leaving a very small space between them. She laughed with him joining her before resting both hands on the table again. Before, I could understand believing everyone had a right to use their quirks, even if I thought they were being a bit extreme about it. But once they joined with the League of Villains, that was a whole different story. Watching what footage I knew this wasn't about righting any kind of wrong. It was just about wanting to destroy everything. Whatever they could, whoever they could. Then, when it got to Dabi, I knew I was looking at a guy who really just wanted to burn the world. Burn it down for what his father did to him. To kill his old man on live TV. To kill everyone. It all just scared me. There was a sense of relief that came with getting it all out, although Kyo still saw the images in his mind. He didn't need them replaying on the news or seeing them online. He simply had them ingrained into his brain like countless others. Sometimes he really hated how bad things tended to stick in people's memories more so than good things. I guess in some ways, it was a bit of a wake-up call, the first one. I always try to capture the best parts of the world. Sometimes it's easy to forget that it can be an ugly place, too. MT Lady lanced her hands together while her face fell. Seeing her further reminded him of how little he knew of the world despite photographing it being his passion. She'd seen more of it than he had, especially the ugliness he'd only recently discovered. Yeah, the world has its ugly side, and man, can it be pretty hideous. He saw her hand stretch forward in the direction of his, only to stop halfway. But that doesn't take away from the fact it can be a pretty awesome place. A beautiful place. Kyo, you're someone that's able to capture that. You do a great job at capturing that. His eyes widened as he immediately realized what she was talking about. In turn, she MT Lady blushed a little as she leaned back in her seat. Yeah, you left some pictures lying around. Although I'm glad that you did. Kept me from getting bored. Her eyes twinkled as she giggled. Although I was a little surprised you didn't have too many pictures of girls lying around. Hey, I'm not a pervert. Did you seriously think about that when I told you I like photography? He shouted. Kyo almost added, even if he did keep pictures like that, they all certainly would have been in his room and hidden away. After letting the blonde get her laughs in, he quelled his flustered emotions. Still, thanks for the compliment. Take it from someone who knows her stuff about catching the best on camera. Speaking of the best, I went through some of your folders. She pointed at the table where a stack of folders and photos lay. I found a wait just a sec. Watching her get up and walk the short distance felt a lot more hard-hitting than it should have. His eyes focused on her face as she got what she was looking forward and walked back, a slightly upbeat look on her face as she set the photo down. Kyo's eyes immediately widened at the sight of it. That was the first one I saw, and I think it's one of the best. It felt like someone wrapped their fist around his heart and squeezed. Kyo was able to put a few faces to the hand, and even a name came to mind. He blocked out the pain to focus on the photo, and the good memories it brought back. However bittersweet they now were. Those were your friends, weren't they? His gut told him she made a word change from seeing the emotions on his face. She really was a perspective woman. Kyo nodded, placing the photo down so she could see the faces he put names to. Shoma, my best friend. He began pointing to the blue-haired boy beside him. He was the biggest eater you'd ever seen, and no one loved sweets more than him. Guy was lucky his quirk let him convert all that sugar into a cool blob that could tank almost anything. His finger moved to the black-haired girl at the end, her brown eyes radiating just as much kindness as the rest of their group. That's Macy. Her family moved from America when she was 10. She showed up, and, well, we've been together ever since. The rest of us practically learned English from her while teaching her Japanese. MT Lady's smile fell as she took note of his pause. And what about the last one? The brunette. Bracing himself, he chose to get it right out of the way. Asami. We met in middle school, and we've also been friends since. She and I were the only ones left. Their Pro's eyes widened. That clearly wasn't what she was expecting to hear. A part of him wished he could go with what she was thinking prior. That attack on our high school I mentioned, it killed Macy. She was helping out, using her fragrance quirk to calm people down and help create some medicine when a couple of classmates. His fist slammed into the table, rocking it and everything on it. Damn it. Damn it. A soft, glove-covered hand fell over his. They got radicalized, didn't they? She had sympathy for him in her eyes, and more than likely sympathy for friends he'd lost in the attack. Kyo took a minute to let such feelings cool him down. If he didn't, he feared his anger would get the best of him. There were a couple of holes in the wall that were a testament to that uncontrolled anger. Holes and claw marks. Yeah, they did. It wasn't just that meta-liberation crap. It was whatever the hell All for One believes in. Evil, self-serving evil. MT Lady clarified. I heard some reports that there were some MLA sympathizers in Numazu. They were supposed to have been arrested, but it sounds like the authorities weren't able to get them all, or they left behind some seeds in the people here. As for All for One, that guy just knows how to bring out the darkness in people, just like how All Might knew how to bring out the best. Opposite ends, evil and good, the greatest villain and the greatest hero. The crap they were spouting I'd heard about people getting radicalized, but it just never seemed like one of those things that had never happened. Not to people I know. Yeah, that's how it tended to happen. Just from her tone, Kyo wondered if she'd experienced the same. He remembered seeing pros such as Slid and Go were arrested when their ties to the MLA were revealed. Kyo didn't know how close he and MT Lady had been, or any of the other sympathizers, but he knew he was looking at someone that shared his pain, if only a little. So they attacked the shelter, and Macy and Shoma died protecting as many people as he could. He used his quirk to create a gel shell, that's what he called it, around me and a couple of other people. He gave his life to save others, including mine. She was kind enough to give him another second to himself. And what about Asami? What happened to her? Losing Shoma and Macy hit us both pretty hard, but for Asami, it was just the start. She's got an older sister that works overseas. When things went to shit, we lost all contact with her after a while. Given the way things are, I'm hoping she's all right, but not being able to talk to her after what happened did a number on her. Then her parents were caught up in the mass evacuation. What happened there? Women and children first. That's who was supposed to be evacuated when that rogue wave hit the city. But order broke down. People pushing and shoving against each other to get on the buses, heading out of town. Kyo dropped his head in a thick sigh. All the rich and wealthy booked all the flights out. Her nose wrinkled. Yeah, well, that's to be expected. It happens whenever there's a crisis, especially one where oversight is rocky. So, she got separated from her family as you all were trying to escape. Is that right? He nodded. I survived the wave, and so did she, but she found herself caught up in a bad crowd. Everything that had happened. It pushed her into the arms of one of gangs that had sprouted up. They call themselves the New Numazu Network. Have you heard of them? She made an exasperated groan as she dropped her head into her hand. Yeah, I was warned about them. One of the worst vigilante groups out there. I was seriously hoping I'd be able to catch Izuku without running into them. You're telling me your friend fell in with those guys. Hey, I don't like any more than you do. I know they're just using people's fear to take over the city, but Asami, she's broken, scared. The number of people feeling that way is too high to count. She was frustrated, but not angry, not like him. Then again, Kyo knew Asami personally. For MT Lady, she was likely just another civilian, one she was hoping wouldn't impede her pursuit of Izuku. I ran into her when I went back to Izuku's place. She was trying to break into a vault that was in his office, probably on the network's orders. I don't know what was in there, but I had a feeling it wouldn't be used to help the people, at least not after her bosses had helped themselves. Kyo let his face fall onto Knuckles in a similar manner to the blonde in front of him. To tell you the truth, I wouldn't mind it too much. Anything to piss off Izuku. Hey, normally I wouldn't mind letting the bad guys beat themselves silly, but it's a different story when there are civilians caught in the crossfire. Kyo stared at her, and she stared back. She didn't say a word, simply letting her gaze do the talking for her. Once again, he was quietly surprised by the seriousness he found in her eyes. What happened between you two? Did you stop her or what? We just got into an argument that ended with her running away. I wanted to go after her, to talk to her, but I chose to go after Izuku was sent while I still had it. Kind of told myself we'd meet again. You two probably will. If she's with the new Numazu network, then odds are you two will run in at each other again. Kyo, that's probably not going to be a happy meeting like this recent one. I know, lady, he affirmed with a grimace. But when you two meet up again, you may have a chance to talk her out of leaving the gang she's fallen in with. Huh, he gasped. Even though you're on two separate sides, she's still your friend, isn't she? Why, yeah, he answered. Then don't give up on her. Sure, she's fallen in with a bad crowd, but I don't think it's too late for her. From the sounds of it, she's just scared and confused. She dropped her hands onto the table, expelling a humorless laugh. You know, I feel like I shouldn't be saying this to you. Part of the reason she fell in with a group like the Network, which even exists, is because of Dash. It's our fault, us civilians. He interjected. Kyo knew where this road was going, and he was going to cut it off. We got spoiled and turned our backs on the very people that always kept us safe. You don't hear that sentiment too often nowadays. Her voice was forlorn and her eyes somewhat averted. Kyo sighed. After the battle, I just watched everyone around me start falling apart. Sure, heroes can be flawed, and sure they can fail, but the way people just turned on them, I can get wanting to take matters into your own hands. Hell, I get being reckless. I've done that a couple times trying to score some good shots. By any chance, that wasn't how you honed your climbing abilities, was it? There was a sliver of humor in her voice. Kyo was happy to hear it. In turn, he injected some optimism into his response. Kind of. My parents gave me an earful about it more than once. So did my friends. Some days, I just couldn't stop hunting for that perfect shot. Lady's head fell forward in a sparkling laugh that rang through the apartment. Kyo's smile widened, then he joined her in laughing. He had quite a few memories he could share with her. Maybe he could one day when things quieted down, provided they still had a chance to see one another. You know, I kind of like photographers like you, always going for that perfect shot. Lady managed, once their laughter started to die down a little. You said you always wanted to capture the best of the world, Kyo. That's what made it painful to watch everything fall apart around me. People not just turning on the heroes they once idolized, but on each other. Racism just exploding out of nowhere, or maybe it was always there. That was the most somber part of things. Had some people always held such negative feelings toward heteromorphs, but just held it in. Kyo knew such people were still out there in the world, specifically in the country where a lot of old negativity persisted. He always liked to believe cities like his hometown were where such feelings could be broken down and dissipated. He'd been proven wrong on that front. How bad is it in the rest of the country? About the same, if not worse. He winced hearing that. Something Lady took note of. Trust me, you're better off not knowing. Some days I can barely stomach what I see around here. Honestly, I can't blame Asami or some folks for feeling like there's no hope, and the only way to survive is to become as bad as the villains running around. You may think that sometimes, but you don't really believe that, do you, Kyo? Drawn by the subtle yet sharp tone of her voice, he looked at her. No, I don't. I know things can get tough. I went through a lot of pain and thought a lot of bad things when my mom died, but I got through it. I can't say it doesn't still hurt, but I know she wouldn't want me being depressed about it forever. She wouldn't want the same for my dad either. They'd had a long talk about that, too, as a matter of fact. It was only after the first one did he really become comfortable with the idea of his dad dating again, and maybe even remarrying. The world's a bad place now, but I don't think it's all rotten. There's still some good in it, and I think it can still be a better place. I'm sitting in front of someone trying to do that. Empty Lady's lips parted for a second before morphing into a smile. A happy, relief-filled smile that made him remember why he always found her cute. Sitting directly across from him without her mask and having helped reinforce his beliefs, cute didn't seem like the right word to describe her. He searched for the right word as she smiled back at him. His subconscious told him he knew what it was. He just didn't want to say it. Surely she'd heard people call her beautiful before, hundreds if not thousands of times. I can tell you're not the only one who feels like it can be hopeless. We're all going through that, she said, looking down at the table. But you guys are still out there. From what I've heard, including Endeavor, Kyo offered. Yeah, he feels more driven than the rest of us, as you can imagine. Same thing with his son, Shoto. When you're out there, you got that same determination on your face. He's still got it. By the way, him and the rest of his classmates, they haven't given up hope. Her smile became serene once more, yet he could tell she was looking at something that wasn't present in his apartment. A look of reminiscence. Inspiring hope is part of a hero's job, and it can be pretty hard. Sounds kind of wild coming from you. Sorry about that. I'll let it slide since you've been such a good host. She winked. The move sparked a small blush on his cheeks. He tried to squash as quickly as it came. I won't lie. It feels great having people cheer and adore you. Hell, it's downright addictive. But being a hero is more than that. It's not about what the people give you. It's about what you're able to give them hope and security, even if they're spitting in your face and claiming you're doing a shitty job at it. Kyo tried to overlay the showy woman he'd seen on TV with a reserved yet determined woman sitting in front of him. He could hardly believe it, but he knew people could change. He'd seen them change for the worse all around him, but he also knew they could change for the better, and the hero, the woman, in front of him was an example of that. You're not doing a shitty job at it. At least I don't think so. If anyone does then, well, screw them. You're still fighting the good fight, while a lot of other people, civilian and former heroes, gave up. She gave him a half smile. Be honest. Did you ever think I'd be one of those kinds of heroes? No, he answered honestly. But I'm glad you turned out to be, and even though a lot of people won't say it, the people of Numazu are happy you're here. At least it'll be good for us in the long run. As her smile gained in mirth, Kyo felt the heat in his cheeks growing. At its accumulation, he chose to come right on out with it. It's already been pretty good for me, from you saving my ass to praising my work, and giving me another reason to stay hopefully. She fell back into her seat with a laugh accompanied by a blush. It was the biggest blush he'd seen on her face, and Kyo had to admit it looked absolutely radiant on her. It was the kind of smile he wanted to take a picture of, but he was rooted to the spot. Her laughter ended, and she tried to put on a more serious face. We'll check out the bank in an hour. I should be finished healing up by now, including having put something in my stomach. His eyes wandered lower than her noticeable chest to her half-unseen stomach. Hey, wipe that stupid grin off your face. I'm asking now because I want to avoid that cliché. You know, I've always wondered if when you get hungry you aren't able to shrink. Shuma's quirk was directly tied to how much food he'd eaten. Kyo remarked, well, my quirk sort of works the same. If I'm low on energy, it is hard for me to shrink. Plus, I'll have zero energy just like when I'm in my regular size. So, let's have dinner. Kyo laughed at the haughty tone she'd now taken. Despite it, he could still sense some lingering warmth from the heartfelt smile she'd worn just a moment ago. Sorry, but I've just got some instant ramen and a few frozen meals. Think all the cooks left town a while ago. Hey, it's not like it's been the first time I've worked on instant food. When you're on the clock, it's practically part of the job. You save the decent and fancy meals for after you completed a mission. She heaved a sigh, letting her head fall back. I don't plan on getting one of those for a while, a long, long while. With his back turned to her, Kyo knitted his brow in thought. She did mention she liked peaches. Brushing the thought aside, he focused on preparing their food. For all intents and purposes, it was dinner, and if things went bad, it might be the last meal either of them had. But Kyo didn't believe that'd be the case. He didn't quite know what they'd be walking into, but he was confident they'd be able to handle. Hopefully he'd be able to help without screwing things up too badly. Thanks for the meal, Kyo. Lady called when he handed her a ramen cup. He'd had to search high, and low to find any as instant ramen, was one of the first things to go. Holed up somewhere with no help coming or intention of seeking it out, and it was the ideal food and maybe comfort food. Just think of it as part of my continuing gratitude, MT lady. He replied, You know, I've got some not exactly bad but not exactly fond memories regarding ramen. Really? Yep. And it involved another guy with an animalistic quirk. She sucked up the noodles, being rather unapologetic and making some noise as she did so. Kyo chuckled at the sight, then at the sauce stains on her lips. But thanks to you, I've got a couple more positive ones, so thanks for that. Lady grinned. It wasn't a date, but Kyo had to admit it kind of felt like one, and with what loomed on the horizon, he was more than happy to enjoy the feeling for all it was worth. There was still some light in the city when night fell. Some, but not a whole lot, making a far cry from how New Mazu used to be. The Namazu that Kyo had grown up loving. Any building with light was suspect. People might have been there, but there was no way of knowing if they were friendly or not without prior knowledge. The other alternative was taking a chance, a potentially fatal chance. Even if the people behind the lights weren't villains or bloodthirsty, there was always a possibility of simply turning visitors away. Matter of fact, there was always a rather high chance one would be turned away. Of all the ways society had fallen, that one was probably the hardest to stomach. A loss of faith in the authority figures was one thing, but a complete breakdown in trust and explosion of mistrust between neighbors didn't bode well for any society. Somehow, that mistrust had potential to deteriorate even further. Kyo thought of all that as he ran and leaped across rooftops. Night runs had become so different from how they used to be. Not having a curfew wasn't nearly enough to make up for that, albeit sometimes it did feel tempting to stay out all night doing nothing but running. The scary thing was such a feat wasn't a matter of him having the stamina for it. It was a depression. Looking around at the slow, crumbling ruins of his home gave him enough strength to stay out all night. Yet doing it would only force him to further observe how far Namazu had fallen. Oh! And there was a possibility of someone catching and killing him while he was out. Although it had been a few hours since the rain had stopped, Kyo could still smell some of the moisture in the air. It wasn't enough to mask the sense he needed to track, but it acted as a constant reminder. He kept his eyes and nose open for potential signs of more rain. At least if it did rain again, he already had Target's odor. If this chase went underground, he wouldn't have to worry about losing the scent of the weather. What he'd have to worry about is losing it to the sewage that had piled up thanks to city sanitation disappearing. Kyo wasn't looking forward to seeing what the sewers might have been like after watching garbage pile up on the streets. Possessing a superhuman sense of smell became bit him in the ass hard when he came upon such scenes. Hey, maybe you'll get lucky and they won't have fled underground. Maybe you're just overthinking this. His subconscious half joked. After all, the tunnels might be flooded like parts of the surface. The more he thought about that one, the more he considered it a REA possibility. Many, if not all, of the flood barriers were gone, so the subterranean ones probably hadn't fared much better. All we need is a villain like Blackwave, and we'll be set. Kyo didn't like tempting fate, but sometimes he found himself slipping into it. By his estimate, the infamous hydrokinetic villain Blackwave should be in his 60s by now, but he knew some people could still use their quirks to deadly effect even with old age. Not to mention a drive for destruction could go a hell of a long way, as he and the rest of Japan had learned. Kyo wasn't sure if he'd been expecting anything to change since his reconnaissance little more than half an hour prior. Maybe it'd have helped quell his nerves if something had. What was it like before? Sitting Mount Lady down, he gave her a short glance before looking back over the ledge. Busy, filled with people wearing suits. People that probably made a hell of a lot of money handling other people's money. Personally, always seems like a sweet gig, but never really my thing. She flashed him a coy smile. You strike me as one of those weirdos who take pictures of stacks of money instead of taking any for yourself. Grinning back, he shot back with what he would do, or at least he liked to believe he would do. Sure, take some pics before grabbing a few yen for myself. With the amount of money in there, I'm sure no one would notice a few missing bills. Well, at least not until they started counting. Then I'd say I'm screwed. Any chance you'll have spent it all by then? The blonde heroine quipped back. He shrugged his shoulders. There's been this flat-screen TV I've had my eye on, and the new quarter-life game special edition. Maybe buy my first car, too. Nothing too major. What about you? Thinking about adding something like a giant-sized swimming pool to your home? Mount Lady's eyes rose in whimsical consideration, quickly falling down and looking through the binoculars to survey the bank and surrounding area. Despite his own night vision, he grabbed a set of binoculars just in case they were coming in handy now for the first pro hero he'd ever met. Despite knowing there were other more important things to focus on, Kyo couldn't help but admire how professional she looked at the moment. It reinforced the image of a dedicated hero that he'd gained regarding her ever since their first meeting. Looking back on that, it was hard to believe that had only been a couple of hours ago. Crazy as it was to believe, carrying her and talking to her had been pretty fun, the most fun he felt like he'd had since Namazu fell to pieces. It had certainly been nice hearing a celebrity like her praising his photographic work. Coincidentally, the clouds parted far above their heads, letting moonlight reach down from the skies. Natural light illuminated the world, including the pro hero beside him. Kyo let his eyes linger on her for a minute longer than he should have before looking back at the street below. No changes, yet the sense of anxiety he'd felt on his first trip remained. He was certain that Mount Lady was feeling, too. Things were far too quiet, even for a gutted financial district. When she finally put the binoculars down, she looked back at him with a flicker of worry in her gaze. They discussed this before leaving his apartment, but now that they were here, it seemed like the conversation was being resurrected. Him, alone, unarmed civilian walking into a villain's lair. It wasn't something a half-decent hero would agree to do. But these were desperate times, and Kyo had made it clear he was going to do this. He reminded her of that with his stern gaze. Good luck, and Kyo, watch your back in there, she called with genuine empathy behind an unfaltering stare. Moonlight made those purple eyes of hers glow brighter than they normally would have, in ways he didn't think was possible. He'd never seen her look at anyone like that, although no photographer, journalists, or interviewers had likely seen her like this in the heat of work, showing that for all her vices, she believed in being a hero. It made Kyo feel a throbbing sense of joy that he got to see her up close, even if he was putting his life in more danger than usual. Mount Lady's face remained in his mind when he jumped down to the ground and started making his way to the bank. Overturned cars that had been left out on the road along with whatever had been inside of them, bags, luggage, and even a baby seat, whose occupant he hoped had gotten somewhere safe. The fires that once scorched them had long burnt out, leaving the scorched metal to be pelted by the elements, along with the rest of the car frame. Pieces of glass dotted the road, shattered into pieces, so small stepping on them hardly yielded a sound. Kyo took that as another small bit of solace, although he was still mindful of where he stepped. Each step toward the bank brought him closer to the front entrance, a dark gate that he felt would make or break his life in ways he couldn't imagine. His classmates sometimes joked that's what banks did to everyone. All the glass was broken, leaving various openings, including the front entrance. Carefully opening the door, he stepped inside and glanced around. All his pictures had been from the outside with a few from up close. But this was his first time stepping into a Maya financial bank. While not his first time in a bank, it was his first time being in a first-class one like this one, although it didn't look the part. The walls and floors were cracked to downright shattered, the former having massive holes in them, while chairs and tables lay overturned, if not wrecked. Looking behind the counter, he saw more signs of devastation. A part of the counter had been demolished, creating an opening he quietly stepped through. Of course, all the lights were off, whatever emergency power the bank might have had shut down. Ironically, that made Kyo look for any signs of still running power. His gut told him some part of the building had to still have some power working. In his search, he came upon the vault room, the most secure part of any bank. Kyo wasn't surprised to find it completely barren, both of money and anything metallic, including the vault door itself. Given Izuku's ferrokinetic quirk, he'd likely taken every bit of metal he could find. Reaching into his pocket for his phone, he dialed the only number on it, and the only person he knew would pick up. "I'm in the vault room. It's completely cleaned out, vault door included." The pro's response was a snort. "Figured that. Anything else? A massive hole in the floor?" "No. but a couple of blood stains. They're old. Kyo didn't spend too much time dwelling on who the blood might have belonged to or what caused it to be spelt. I'm going to head for the offices and see if I can find a map or anything about that underground tunnel. I'll call you back with what I find. All right, so far, no movement on the outside. Well, except some birds and a few cats, believe it or not. There used to be a nice restaurant about a block or two down the street. I think the workers here like going there for break. Maybe there was a cafe, too. I thought the food would be cleaned out by now, but maybe they just made it their new home. Are you still getting a signal from my phones? Yep. They'd done as much preparation as they could, which included her having a way to track him. Together, he and Mount Lady took apart several of his cameras and gadgets and repurposed the internal chips of a few into tracking chips, one which was stuck in a phone he'd previously used. Kyo had a second transmitter located in his shoe, not exactly comfortable, but it was less likely to be found if he was caught. He'd been caught off guard by how tech-savvy Mount Lady turned out to be. According to her, it was another nifty skill she'd picked up while on the job. She wasn't a tech genius, but she was certainly more skilled than one would initially think, or she'd ever shown on camera. Speaking of cameras, Kyo had to admit he almost felt a bit unprepared moving to the bank without one, even the camera on his phone not quite cutting it. What was there to take pictures of? The complete decimation of one of the city's best banks? The offices were in just as bad a shape as the front entrance. Kyo took a second to sniff around each one, ascertaining if anyone had been there in the past day. So far, no one had been, not that there was anything left in them to steal. Still, Kyo felt that nagging feeling that there was something to be found, so he kept on searching. His search eventually led him to a larger-than-average office, probably the head of the bank. It too had been ransacked, either before or after it had been cleaned out. Kyo immediately began his search, combing through what remained. A map, his inner voice finally vocalized. He hadn't known it until he was holding it in his hands, but that's what he'd been searching for. Something that would either confirm or debunk the rumor that the bank had some sort of underground tunnel. Staring at the diagram, he felt a twinge of excitement staring at evidence that the tunnel was indeed real. Placing it on the desk, he pulled up the overturned chair and sat down, dialing a familiar number. The tunnel's real. He called with a small ring of joy in his voice. Great. Where's it lead? Mount Lady responded. Apparently some warehouse owned by Maya Financial. Says it's completely legitimate, but a secret known only to the upper echelon of the bank. Heh, their best banks have them. They've even got an underground tunnel in their Tokyo facility. His finger traced a diagram that stretched along the map while reading the names printed on it. Not a full mile, but a good 5-city block, something he could cover in no time. I'm going to go for it. There's an elevator that goes down that I can take. Kyo, Mount Lady warned. It's an underground passage. You know you're no good in those. Look, you can track me from above and then come crashing down like you usually do, preferable before Izuku or whoever kill me. There was no delusion that he could be killed doing this. Immediately, being a teenager might get him some leeway, but it wasn't something he could count on as a certainty, especially if anyone recognized him as having helped down Izuku in the first place. There was a sigh from the other end, one of resignation and annoyance. You know, I'm not the quickest gal around, right? Her words made Kyo pause. His eyes widened in bewilderment, then closed as he leaned back in the chair in laughter that bounced around the office. No, but you know how to pack a punch. Yeah, when I'm actually there, I know what you're thinking. You're going to run that whole tunnel to get to Izuku. I know if I'll be able to get there in time to cover you. He almost wondered if her frustration was more aimed at herself than him. Heh, you know, I could just take out all the bad guys by myself. That'd be awesome, wouldn't it? He swiped with a grin she couldn't see but could probably picture. Maybe. It was hard to gauge, rather she was actually considering the possibility. Look, I know I can't stop you from going. Just remember what I said, Kyo. Don't do anything reckless until I get there. I'll sprint it as far as I can in giant form, then switch so I can hopefully sneak in, unless you're able to call me and coordinate with me. I can just leave the phone on speaker. There were multiple ways things could go if he was caught, or if he remained undetected. Although he'd been hoping he could go unnoticed, that same feeling that told him he'd find something in the office was also telling him he was going to be spotted sooner or later. If he were honest, there was a part of him hoping he would be caught, so he could fight it was a primal instinct that went with his quirk. He hadn't really gotten to fight anyone all day, although he always tried to consider that a plus than a minus. Admittedly, the thought of wailing on the villain who'd turned his town into his personal kingdom wasn't so bad. Maybe he'd be the one to knock him out so Mount Lady could arrest him. That was a fruitful fantasy he took some time to indulge in before turning his attention back to the pro hero. You can still use it to track me, and maybe there'll be a trail for you to follow if worse comes to worse. You're seriously making this up as you go along, aren't you, kid? She summarized with a hint of amusement. All Kyo could give her was a chuckle, confirmation that she was absolutely right. Well, you're not doing bad so far. All right, that's what we'll do. I'll keep following from topside. Just don't get too reckless. Kyo, if you can, call me once you either reach the end of the tunnel or you find something important. Well, do. He didn't immediately get moving once the call ended. Kyo couldn't help but lean back in the chair and take in the desolation of the office. At one point, it had been a great place with a great view of the street from 3 floors up. At night, all the lights would have been on, providing a still decent, if not great view. Now, all Kyo got was darkness. Gently, he spun around to continue his surveying of the office. His revolution ended with him back at the desk, staring at the map of the underground tunnel. Must have been a nice job, at least as far as pay goes, but too stuffy for me. Grabbing the map, he headed out the door without a single look back. Kyo was certain that was the last time he'd ever be in that office. Hopefully. Cushy as it might have been, he didn't want a job in banking either. He ended up going back down to the first floor, heading to the back where the elevator to the underground lay. A schematic he'd taken had an activation code on it, something that probably made it pretty special. Kyo knew he was lucky that he found it going through half-open drawers. Otherwise, he'd be stuck trying to punch in random numbers until he got lucky he'd be trying all night, or at least for 10 minutes before he got frustrated. Punching in the last number caused the wall to split into 2, revealing a metal door that opened with a near-chilling groan. Stepping inside felt like walking into an incinerator. The door shut with a heavy-set thud. Kyo felt himself moving down with the elevator. It was incredibly spacious, big enough to fit a dining room table, and still have some room to move. The elevator's weight capacity likely went hand in hand with its size, made to accommodate large cargo. Cargo being bags of money, or perhaps some other valuables. Kyo was silent on the ride down, although his eyes wandered over every part of the elevator's interior with inevitable. He ended up looking straight up at the camera inside. Was there someone watching it from the other end? Most likely. Throwing his hoodie over his head probably wouldn't do him much good now. All he could was give it a passing stare before looking back at the door. Apprehension gripped him as he waited for it to open. He had some space to move if there was someone waiting for him on the other end, or he could just rush them like he'd done at times. Kyo was proud to say he'd gotten kind of good at that. Ding! The door slid open and Kyo saw no one, nor did he smell or hear anyone. A breath he'd been holding passed from his lips as he stepped forward. As the rumors had said, and as he'd seen in the schematics, it was an underground facility complete with a railway. The lights were still on, leading onward into darkness. Walking up to the platform, Kyo sniffed the air, finding a few lingering scents, but most importantly Izuku's. "Got you now, you bastard," he whispered. All the scents lead one way, down the tunnel along the tracks. A primal urge swelled up within him, making his heart pound in anticipation. Breathing in and out, he tasted the stale air that permeated the tunnel. It was sturdy and had been built to last, which it had done. But it'd really be put to the test when he reached the end of it and what lay there. Caution was thrown to the wind as he took off down the tunnel, following the tracks. His footsteps created an endless echo that bounced in all 4 of his ears. Kyo ran straight ahead, seeing nothing ahead of him but a seemingly endless patch of railway. If a train came down the tracks, he'd hear it, he'd see it, and he'd dodge it before it would flatten him like a pancake. Maybe that's what a part of him was expecting. some subway car to come barreling at him just like in a video game. There was only one rail, but enough space he could jump to the side to save himself. Kyo again pondered if that had been by design. For what almost seemed like half an hour, all he saw was dull steel walls on his way down the track. It was almost a peaceful run. Almost. His foot slammed onto ground when his ears twitched in response to noise. He immediately theorized it to be another dozen meters away, but he heard it pretty clearly. Kyo sidestepped to the right to avoid the barrage of needles that came shooting his way at bullet-like speed. More followed, making him begin sidestepping to avoid them, all while still running forward. He focused his vision as much as he could, seeing the next several meters come into sharp focus. His constant sprinting revealed more of the path, allowing him to eventually see the origin of the attack-say shirtless from the waist up with a body dotted with spikes. His palms were held out, firing off the spikes he'd been avoiding. His expression changed and his hands were suddenly lowered. The hair across his back stood up on end, the electric jolt that preceded danger rocketing through every inch of his body. Kyo felt time around him slowing to a crawl as he realized what was coming. He knew he had to get off the ground, but he didn't want to break his stride. Every second, he was able to close the distance between him, and his target was a second that brought him closer to Izuku. Losing any of that infuriated him. Eyeing the wall to his right, he quickly realized it was a gamble. Hey, you've scaled the sides of buildings, so this shouldn't be any trouble. His inner voice sounded pretty beast-like. Didn't stop him from listening to it. To Kyo, the world flipped sideways, but he kept on moving. His speed remained constant, the distance between him and the Spike Man closing to the point it seemed to vanish in 3 blinks of the eye. What the hell dash. Wham! It was a punch that sent him rolling across the ground and into the opposite wall. Kyo didn't know how much strength he put into it, only that it carried some momentum from his run. Walking up to man and grabbing his face, he saw he'd apparently hit him pretty damn hard. TT the hell are you? A&H, how did you find this place? The man bruised face. Practically his entire left side was swollen, and the pain was still evident in his eyes. I followed my nose, Needleface. His left hand wrapped around his throat, claws extending. Kyo held him up in a snarl that struck fear into his eyes. And you're going to tell me what's waiting for me just up ahead. Otherwise, I'm going to use these things to cut things off. I go to hell, kid. Maybe there was something impressive in how fast his eyes went from fearful to angry. Luckily, Kyo was faster, swiping his claws across his face before more spikes could emerge from his body. Gawa, Erf! Yanking him to his feet, Kyo threw a left hook that sent him tumbling to the side. He screamed in pain, clutching his face all the while. Why, you little bastard? I'll kill you for this, I swear it. Yeah. Give it your best shot. But like I said, you're going to tell me what's waiting up ahead. Namely, where the hell is Izuku? Kyo demanded with fury in his green eyes. They must have flashed into feral silts when the man flung his arm out, launching another spike. Kyo easily deflected it while storming forward. Do that again, and I'm breaking your arm. Got it? The Spike Man scooted back, his anger morphing back into fear as it sunk in despite the age gap between them. He was outmatched. Kyo would have carried through on his threat to break an arm if his internal alarm hadn't gone off. He jumped back just in time to avoid the fireball that crashed into the wall. The blast threw the Spike Man away, now yelping in pain as the flaming debris hit his naked chest. Following the attack trajectory, he saw not one, not two, but apparently 3 men had rushed out to meet him. Kyo returned their glare with one of his own. So, Izuku sent you guys to be his doormen. The man wielding the fireballs in his hand sneered. Last chance, kid, beat it. Not going to happen. Kyo yelled back, his whole body tensing up with adrenaline and excitement. Waste him, yelled the fire user simultaneously, letting his 2 attacks fly. His 2 compatriots threw their arms out as well in order to attack. Kyo lunged at them, knowing for absolute certain his eyes had morphed into feline silts. His lion-like roar filled the tunnel as its formerly gray walls were lit up with flashes of light, and this time they weren't from a train car passing through. It rested idly several meters away, the lone spectator to the fight. Some days, you would have liked to have super speed. It could come in real handy, especially outside of fighting. The places she could be in the blink of an eye, and the loads of collateral damage she wouldn't have to worry about. Although Numazu was a wreck, she still tried to limit some of the damage, although partially out of pragmatism. A giant stomping through the city was more than likely to arouse suspicion. That said, she needed to get to her destination fast. That wasn't exactly easy thanks to the numerous buildings in her way, but you was able to crash through those without losing too much momentum or incurring too much damage. She didn't like taking advantage of the chaos the country was in, but this was one of those times where exceptions had to be made. Kyo had put her on speakerphone after he cleared out the gatekeepers at the end of the tunnel, or near end. From there, she heard nothing but eerie silence on his way to the other elevator. When it refused to open, he pried the doors open and proceeded to climb his way up the shaft. From there, it had been a sound-only transmission of fighting. All of it reminded you of one of the initial reasons she'd agreed to this plan, because Kyo could hold his own in a fight. Really, the first time she saw him, he looked like he could hold his own. He was no cowardly lion, no, far from it, lion heart. She'd muse while thinking about him as he first explored the bank and then fought his way through Ayukawa's goons. He was brave, and on the cute side, especially with those feline ears. Thinking about his face while listening to him tear up his surroundings put an extra pep in her step, born from both worry and excitement. Would he look like a beaten mess when she arrived? Well, not if she could help it. Second, she wanted to get in on the fun herself. Working this case with him had reminded her of how much she appreciated having some company, and some that was more willing to indulge her. And, again, it doesn't hurt he's on the cute side. Cute and earnest to a fault. The fighting hadn't let up as she raced across town toward what she assumed to be her destination. It was indeed a warehouse in the far east of the city, seemingly run down with the rest of the buildings around it. But since that's where Kyo's signal was coming from, she knew there was more to it than its appearance. The big question was how far down he was. You had been dreading that question, but now it was time to finally answer it. Or, not just yet. A wall of azure light shot up, illuminating the block. Despite the bright color, you felt her blood run cold at the sight, meant something was about to go very wrong. Ah, damn it. Just had to be something. She groaned. Her eyes searched the surroundings for whoever was casting the barrier. You knew in an instant it wasn't about keeping someone out. It was about keeping someone in, and she had an idea of who that someone was. Hey, lady. That saved her the trouble of having to search. All she had to do was look to her right. Standing on the rooftop were a group of vigilantes, their faces all covered. One of them stepped forward, his arms sparking with jolts of electricity. Leave! This is our town, and we can protect it just fine on our own. You knew that one was coming. Look, I know you probably can, but this villain is dash. Her arm instinctively rose as a chunk of rock came hurtling her way. There's someone inside, a citizen of Numazu, just like all of you. We didn't authorize someone to head in before we dash. He's not a part of your organization. He's just a kid trying to help clean up this town. You corrected and clarified. The force field lay several meters away, as translucent as glass, but probably as tough as steel. She could crack it with a few hits, provided she had the opening. Creating one of those wasn't going to be easy, but she had to try. For Kyo's sake, from what she saw, the vigilantes seemed to be considering her words. You heard them whispering amongst themselves. All too soon did she hear Kyo's name come up. Apparently, he'd made something of a name for himself opposing the new Numazu network. The phrase "stupid kid" also came up, not that she was surprised to hear it. That was certainly one way to look at Kyo. If it were any other circumstance, you might have labeled him as such. That said, she also still would have called him gutsy. Courageous even. Boom! Her heart pounded in her chest as her worst fear materialized. Taking her eyes off the three on the rooftop, you looked back at the warehouse still encased in the blue force field. While it held, the structure inside crumbled away at the foundations. It was like a giant sinkhole ate up the warehouse, but then it belched everything back up, causing it to smash against the barrier. Despite seeing it fluctuate, you was paralyzed with indecision. Did she break it and give Kyo a way out, or was that giving an open to Ayukawa, or whoever had caused the explosion? Another explosion shook the barrier from the inside, causing further strain. Yu's hand went to her earpiece. All she got was static, intensifying the fear in her heart. Kyo, can you hear me? Nothing discernible came out on the other end, except more static, maybe some groaning. The barrier heaved under another explosion, but this time he was able to hear a scream of agony. Following it, she saw another vigilante a few buildings away. She was maintaining the barrier as best she could, but it was clear she was reaching the end of her rope. Crack! The barrier went, and with it, mayhem literally erupted. Several figures emerged from the sinkhole, some flying out via wings, while others were using various powers to propel themselves upward. Yu ways they were part of Izuku's syndicate, although based on what she heard, some of them were considering quitting. A gang of bloodthirsty vigilantes busting in on them probably had them reconsidering their life choices. You saw a few of those vigilantes give chase to them with their own means of flight. In the pale moon's light, she saw them crash into those trying to retreat. Screams of confusion, anger, and fear rolling across the night. Then came the sound of flesh tearing or being blown apart. You watched in wide-eyed shock as several suddenly dropped to the ground with blood trailing their descent. The ground shook as something else burst forth from underground. Yu's eyes narrowed as she recognized the steel giant she fought hours prior. Its composition had changed, but you knew it quite well. Finally knowing what to do for certain, she charged forward and delivered the best right hook she could manage. The steel giant went flying with half its body crumbling away. "Hey, all civilians clear out," she shouted. "Screw you, lady. This is our town, and we're going to defend it. We don't need your help," yelled one of the vigilantes with what seemed to be a jet back on his back. "Look, we got these bastards on the ropes." As you had learned, when you got cocky, the world had a tendency to sock you in the gut, which was exactly what happened. Metal groaned as it reshaped itself. Looking over, you felt her stomach drop as she watched the metal giant reshape into a series of spiked rings. "Everyone get down now." She threw her arms out, unsure of who she'd be able to cover, yet instinctively doing the best she could. Several of the spikes launched, a few grazing her, but nothing serious enough. As she saw, the real goal had merely been to distract her long enough the metal rings could serve as wheels. You gritted her teeth and was a moment away from giving chase when her left ear buzzed. "H.A.M. Mount Lady? Kyo? Where are you? Are you all right? What's happening?" She shouted all at once. There was a minor grunt. Underground, buried beneath the rumble. First, the NNN burst in, causing everything to go to shit, and then one of Izuku's thugs blasted a hole in the ceiling. I guess he used that to get away. He's making his getaway now. Then go after him. Don't worry about Dash. Tell everyone down there not to move. Her hair fanned out behind her as she turned back to the blast site. She stomped toward it and fell to her knees. "Everyone clear out. There are people trapped down there. Who cares about them? Go after Izuku. The bastard's getting away. Screw them, kill him." "Hey, wait a sec, what about Dash?" You focus on digging through the rumble more so than the arguments. It hadn't been too long since she dug through rumble. It could be a delicate process that she sometimes fumbled, especially when she was in a hurry. Regardless, she felt a near all-powerful need to stay and dig Kyo and the others out. There was no one else around for her to punt the job onto. It was just her. Perhaps a minute after she started digging, more rumble was moved without her doing so. Temporarily stopping, she saw various individuals, the vigilantes, pitching in. A few returned her stare. Some didn't. You simply went back to digging. "Kyo, you still with me?" She called over her earpiece. It was a specialized piece of tech that grew in size with her. Such things were in short supply thanks to various support groups shutting down with hero agencies. "Why, yeah, WWE can hear you guys." "Kyo!" shouted a new voice. For the second time, you paused her digging to glance to her right. The mantis antenna and the auburn hair, which Kyo had told her used to be longer, were clearly recognizable. But what really caught her focus was the fear in her eyes. She'd said Kyo's name, and she'd repeated it, terrified as she realized what was happening. This was Asami, Kyo's last living friend. She was still his friend. Yes, he's done there. If you want to help, then get to it. you said before picking up where she left off. Izuku was still present in her mind, but he was a distant concern, Kyo, and the others needed her help. At least she wasn't alone. The extra hands made the work go faster, which was nice considering after this she'd have to pick up Izuku's trail. Thum! She'd seen a lot of things shooting up out of the ground over the last 5 minutes, but for the first time, what she saw put her at ease. Kyo's hoodie was covered in dirt and tears, but he was none the worse for wear. The same could be said for the man in his arms. He sat him down before looking up at her. Tough kid. She smiled. And you're not too bad at digging either. He clapped back with a grin that was oddly cute thanks to the dirt and blood on his face. Thanks for digging us out, but we got things covered here. Go after Izuku. The rest of those who'd been trapped were apparently already climbing out, and with Kyo there, she knew the situation was under control. Nodding, she rose and did her best to pick up the trail. It actually wasn't that hard since the rest of the new Mazu network were still pursuing Izuku. From what she saw, it wasn't going so well. Okay, this ends now. I'll squash him between my hands if I have to. As usual, she generated tremors as she ran toward the fight. They were heading toward the bay, not exactly what she thought Izuku would go for. Wait, when things fell apart, weren't there a ton of boats in the harbor? Could he be going for... Shit! The realization put an extra fire in her, which translated into stronger steps and thus stronger tremors. For once, you didn't have to care about the excess effects. She just had to reach the battle site before things got worse. Pieces of metal from the city were scooped up and concentrated into a single mass. You kicked off with a final sprint. Everyone move. Her arm swung forward in a punch the strongest one she could muster. Between her warning and the sight of the oncoming attack, the vigilantes seemed to get the message to get out of the way. Bracing herself, you slammed into the metal cannonball. She was lucky it didn't have as much momentum as it could have. Otherwise, the attack would have been stronger. That didn't mean she didn't have to put some effort into countering it. Pieces of scrap metal flew past her as she continued to run forward. Izuku, give it up, it's over. She shouted. Yeah, it is. But you're not the one who's going to end it. We are. She'd been through a lot in the last couple of hours, mainly being hit and slammed into various things. All blunt and brute force trauma that she'd taken and kept on going despite the pain. It made her shocked to feel something slim wrapping around her neck, almost like a snake. You immediately grabbed at it. Something else not metallic, but solid and hot. All it took her was a second to realize it was pure energy, and it was pretty damn tough. Still, you pulled at it, and in turn she felt the energy rope growing tighter around her. Grunting, she followed the rope's trail to its owner. These vigilante group had really gotten their hands on some good support gear, or maybe just any tech they could. The man, wearing a simian-esque mask that seemed like it was torn out of Jedi Jiki, floated atop of a hoverboard with jets spewing fire from the bottom end. She'd heard about such inventions, pricey cool gear that had people, especially sports fanatics, chopping at the bit to get their hands on. You knew of a few heroes who used such equipment as part of their hero work. This guy seemed to be using it for vigilante work. Let go. She groaned while tugging at the energy rope. Get out of here, he barked. We've done just fine without you idiots, and we don't need you to take down Izuku. In case you haven't noticed, dumbass, he's getting away, she shouted back. Really, of all the times to let ego run amok, it had to be now. Oh, trust me, he ain't getting nowhere. We've got him cornered. They were going to kill him. You could tell from the insidious malice dripping in his voice. Then maybe you and the rest of your kind will get the hint that we don't need you. In the meantime, take a hike, you dumb bimbo. An angry knot formed on her forehead. But its presence and the anger that spawned it were all pushed aside as the energy rope around her dissipated and reformed. She saw the yellow energy forming into a massive pole, a staff, almost. It came toward her in a manner that seemed all too familiar. Despite her height, there were a few things she'd managed to turn into weapons. A giant getting hit with a giant-sized weapon was irony at its finest. It was equally ironic that she dodged the attack by shrinking. Looking up, she saw the energy pole, a building-sized column, slid through the air with a great amount of force. She knew if she'd taken that hit it would have hurt, potentially sent her tumbling backward. While shrinking, she heard the monkey-masked vigilante yell at her, "Stay out of our city! We can protect ourselves." You made face as she watched him fly off with his compatriots, following him. "Yeah, right, I've heard that one before." Grunting, she looked ahead at the road in front of her, littering with overturned cars and debris. In other words, nothing she hadn't already stomped on before. Her view went from ground level to bird's eye, allowing her to make out the coast, if only a little. She heard the sounds of fighting loud and clear. "If he tries to wake me with that stupid energy staff, I'm so breaking it like a piece." She almost relished the possibility as she made for the harbor. Her ears shook as the ground did beneath her feet, but it wasn't from her footsteps. Looking straight ahead, she saw the epicenter of the quake, another sight that heralded incoming disaster. The sea groaned as something was raised from the waters. Several things, massive somethings, running closer. You saw they were boats and cars, vehicles of various sizes that had been thrown into the water, which dripped from their hulls as they were lifted into the air. The sheer amount was striking, enough to make Yu's eyes widen in alarm behind her mask. When had the harbor been filled up with that much debris? Had Izuku planned this? Was the harbor always his getaway point if things went south? A shadow loomed over her, and the new Numazu network, whom she imagined were pissing themselves as they realized they'd been led into a trap. The closer she ran, the more she could hear a couple of them shouting in alarm. The literal curtain of metal rising before them was more than they were prepared to deal with. Hell, you would say it was more than what she wanted to deal with. Wanted, not couldn't. A fire was lit in her, and it carried her toward the harbor in short order. "Get out of the way," she yelled, throw her arms out in a blatant attempt at shielding as many people as she could. It'd help if they all grouped behind her. That would have been the sensible thing to do. However, you knew she couldn't count on that at the moment, but maybe it wouldn't hurt to try. Unfortunately, she couldn't exactly verify that. All she could do was get in front of the barrage and wait for the inevitable. She saw the cars and boats and pieces of debris flying at her and braced herself for pain. "I already told you, you giant bimbo, we can protect ourselves." Monkey Face was in front of her, his energy staff back in its jumbo size. For once, she was glad to see him. His rapid spinning of the thing created a barrier tough enough to deflect a much of the metal barrage. It actually gave you reason to step back, but she stayed ready for something to go wrong. It usually did in this situation. That included Monkey Face trying to smack her with that staff of his. "You're mine, Izuku." He flew toward the villain, who floated amidst the metal maelstrom. Pull! The energy pole shattered, or rather, dissipated into flickers of yellow embers. Yu winced as she heard something shatter on impact. Despite their first meeting, she was horrified to watch Monkey Face soar into the air with blood trailing him. She didn't know if he was dead or alive, but she knew she had to catch him. Pull! While she was thankful it wasn't a punch to the head, getting socked in the gut still hurt. She stumbled back, clenching her stomach as the pain rolled through her body. You glanced up as she wheezed, another metallic golem, just as big and ugly as the last one, except sporting some new weapons wrecking balls converted into some crude boxing gloves. They were much bigger than regular ones, too big to have been used in industrial demolition. Narrowing her eyes, she saw lines racing across them, seemingly sheets of metal folded atop of one another. "Ah, I get it," she snarled, rising to her full height. "So that was your secret weapon. Been practicing with more than just moving and cobbling together metal. Huh." That wretched laughter boomed the face of the golem. "I didn't get the chance to use these during our last fight. Too far away, unfortunately. But now, ha ha ha, I get to use these specially made babies to crush all of you." You charged at Izuku, albeit knowing she had to avoid his punches. Just like she'd done before, she'd just have to rip the arms off. "Ha! Don't think it's going to be that easy, Mount Bimbo." The second she saw the vigilantes struggling in their metal bonds, you slid to a stop. Her eyes widened and the fire in her died as she saw the vigilantes who'd been coming to kill Izuku. Now they were his hostages, his shields. Each of them were bound either in metal rings or coffins. All Izuku had to do was squeeze, and the bindings would crush them like grapes. That especially went for Monkey Face, whose mask had been shattered. Blood dripped down from his chestnut brown hair, as well as his swollen lips. Only barely audible groans indicated he was still alive, if only barely. His bones were definitely broken, and he likely had some internal hemorrhaging. He was in no state to be moved around. You fucking bastard. The words rolled off Yu's lips with a natural disdain she hadn't felt for a person in ages. Parts of the metal began to merge, going from cobbled-together metal to something a little more cohesive. It was a slow process, but you knew when completed the golem would look less like scrap metal and perhaps more human-like. It was no doubt an evolution of his quirk, ferrokinesis. This was one of the other problems with these escaped villains. Those that hadn't honed their quirks seemed to be finding new ways to do so. It was an eerie parallel to civilians to start doing the same, often with violent results. You didn't fancy fighting a prettier golem than the ugly mishmash she'd faced before, but she couldn't be hasty. Now more than ever she wished Kamui Woods was with her, or any other normal-sized hero. With no one but herself, you knew she was going to have to be careful and get creative. I warned you, you know. This is my town. Mine. Now you're going to pay the price. The face was looking vaguely humanoid. You hated seeing that golem smiling. What she hated even more was how the hostages were suddenly thrusted in front of her. Panicking, she stepped back and threw her arms out, hoping to catch them, but they swayed out of her grasp. Haha, see what being a hero gets you. The consequences of taking her eyes off Ayukawa's hands showed itself. You grunted, feeling the punch slamming into her left abdomen. That left hook was followed up by a jab that forced her to take a step back. Her eyes flashed with fury, leading her to take a swing at him, but one of the hostages was moved in the path of her punch. Ha ha ha, you really don't get how this game is played, do you? Her hesitation got her another punch to the gut. Playing the hero hurts, doesn't it? At the moment, you had to agree with that. Her body crashed against the ground, shaking all the surrounding buildings. Yet again, the surroundings were deserted. The only people were hopefully a mile away, and getting the hint to stay as far away from this as possible, including Kyo. Yu's thoughts of the onyx-haired youth were cut short by the metal foot slamming into her gut. The pressure grew as she tried to grip the foot until she spied the golem's face leaning toward her. She immediately threw her fist at him, but stopped short when he moved another hostage in front of her. Begrudgingly, she drew her fist back as the others floated around him like Christmas ornaments. Wow! Even though I can tell you want to punch my face in, you still had it in you to hold back. Impressive, MT lady. For a blunt instrument, you got some tact, a lot more than people are willing to give you credit. You got some real ability, and despite everything you've been through, you've still got your looks, barring that little scar. Yu's teeth gnashed, feeling a metal arm caressing her right cheek. She'd much rather have had him hitting her, even with those wrecking ball fists. Got to hell, bastard. She spat. He defiant. Cute, but come on. You don't have to keep doing this. Especially for gutter trash like this. It was annoying how he kept on bringing the hostages so close to prove his point, although you knew that was his way of keeping her further pacified. You know, I've heard of some folks actually attacking heroes when they show up to help. Did that happen to you? Ishameen here can work up some people into doing some crazy stuff, you know? Monkey face. Apparently Ishameen groaned at the mention of his name. He tried to lift his head in Ayukawa's direction, but it was futile. He was simply too injured, and his injuries weren't helped by the villain turning him over like a coin to be examined. Him and the rest of his little bad are just trying to bum me off so they can take over the town. They're not worth protecting, and the people of this town aren't. You don't have to put yourself through all this. Instead, you can keep living the good life. I know you like MT lady. Her magenta eyes narrowed. While a little flattered, that feeling was greatly eclipsed by the raw anger she felt. You've got to be kidding me, you seethed. You seriously think I'm going to accept that? Why not? Like I said, you like living the good life, and you know that's no longer the life a hero has. It's probably never going to be that way again, so why bother? Come on, you. The metallic face had grown to resemble Ayukawa's more closely. She wondered if he was diverting more of his attention into that rather than the rest of the body. You can stop playing the hero. You can live the life I know you want. Hell, I'll even let you rule this town alongside me. You'll be a lot happier that way. You cease her snarling in favor of a long, cold glare that could rival a pyrokinetic. Here's my answer. Go fuck yourself. Ayukawa's metal face sighed. Ah, damn it. I really thought you were cute, and I hoped you were one of the smart ones. Oh well. He levitated the hostages around him like sick necklace while raising his left arm. I'll just have to hang your corpse up somewhere as a reminder to everyone think dash. Boom, boom, boom. Yu's eyes widened, seeing the gray body mass drop down in front of Ayukawa's face as he lurched forward, propelled by the explosions on his backside. You saw the cherry blossom-themed logo on his backside. It is a sight that made her heart leap in her chest in a way that hadn't happened in years. Kyo, she internally whispered. It was a joy to watch him drive one of his claws into Ayukawa's eyes. Though not his real eye, he still felt the shocking sensation. The metal face reared back, roaring in pain. Yu's focus went to the various hostages he'd been using as his human shields. Simultaneously, the ferrokinetic levitation that kept them suspended ceased. Kyo, the hostages, she yelled. We're on it, he shouted back. He used Ayukawa's face as a springboard to leap at one of the hostages. The rest of the vigilantes joined him, bursting forth from the sides. A couple of them still had their hover pads, which came in excellent handy. Knowing her moment had arrived, she raised her leg and kicked. As much as she wished she could physically kick Ayukawa in the balls, she settled for making his steel avatar stumble back in an extra amount of pain. Standing up, she seized her moment to keep Ayukawa off balance. Her fists flew, slamming into the metal construct with pent-up fury. Like I said, go fuck yourself, you scrap-faced asshole. An uppercut lifted his metal body off the ground, an achievement that had used inner self jumping for joy. She drove her left fist into his gut, sending him skidding back into the water. You knew she could pummel away at the avatar until it crumbled, or she could go straight for Ayukawa himself. To do that, she needed to figure out where he was hiding. It was either the chest or in the head. If it was the former, you had to consider the possibility he'd move to the head and try to make a quick getaway, as he'd done before. No choice but to go for it. She launched her right hand at the golem's chest, but Ayukawa seemed to regain his bearings. He avoided her blow and returned it with one of his own, leading them to a back-and-forth akin to their previous exchange during the day. When their fists met, you winced, feeling the hardness of the composite metal, but it wasn't as bad as having those fists driven into her stomach or plowing into her face. The hell is the matter with you? Ayukawa roared through his avatar's face. Just wham, go, wham, down, tum, already, tum, wham. You let her lips curl into a smile. Despite the slight pain in her left cheek, a grazing blow was preferable to the full punch which she landed on Ayukawa. That smile dissolved as she found herself falling forward thanks to the blow to her left leg. As she grunted, Ayukawa's arms wrapped around her neck, holding her in place while he proceeded to use his legs to crash into her gut over and over again. Grabbing at his arms, she pried them off and slammed her head into his in a vicious headbutt that forced him to step back. You stepped forward with her right arm reared back. Hopefully the knockout blow. Pop. Although the wrecking ball was fast, you was proud her reflexes were faster. Coming within striking range, she launched her fist. Behind you, roared Kyo's voice. Damn it. Her eyes widened, catching the sound of the wrecking ball curving in midair, coming back at her. Wanting to avoid a blow to the head, she jumped aside. She saw the composite ball was past her, but as it passed her, another one came at her, catching her in the left side. Gah! Her foot crashed into the ground as pain rolled across her body, but not enough she was open to another attack. You raised her right arm in time to block the haymaker with Ayukawa's reattached right arm. So he went for a headbutt with his malformed face. Rather than meet him, she stepped back and struck at him with a kick. Wham! Arg! Stomping down caused her left leg more pain, and then came the punch that sent her toppling down. She tasted blood in her lips, but she heard the whizzing of Ayukawa's fist through the air. With the space she had, You rolled aside, pushing yourself up as Ayukawa's fist slammed into the ground. With thunder in her heart, she lunged at him, her right arm raised and ready to demolish him. His avatar's metallic face sneered as he brought his fist to meet hers, or smash it into her face. Zwoosh! F. WW, what the hell? His balance was off, leaving him falling forward. You took the opportunity to land an uppercut on him, lifting his body skyward. In addition, it was easy to land a follow-up punch on his stomach. Just as she tried to drive her punch in, the Avatar's arms wrapped around her, holding her against it. "Let go, you clingy bastard," you yelled, struggling to free herself. "No way. Not until after I've pummeled you into Ga. Airgarg. GG get off. GG get out." One benefit to being squeezed was you was able to hear it, the sound of metal tearing. "Kyo," she whispered. It grew louder by the second, the ferocious sound of a beast set loose. Ayukawa's head wiggled as the teenager was likely clawing away at his neck. Bracing herself, you rocked her head forward as hard as she could. Ayukawa's grip finally loosened as he was forced back, his metal face screaming in agony. "Kyo!" she yelled again. He stopped his rampage and ran around his neck. You stretched out her hand in a clear sign. He picked up. With incredible strength, he kicked off the flailing giant and landed right in her palm. "You crazy kid. Thanks for save." You grinned, bringing him up to her face. Dried blood and sweat clung to his face. His eyes were feline silts and his fangs were out, yet he had the cutest smile you believed she'd ever seen. "Just trying to dash. You're dead. All of you, you're dead." It almost seemed like the metal in his body was resonating with his anger, as much as you didn't want to admit it. She was actually a little intimidated at the sight. Even his wrecking ball arms started spinning. "Throw me at him." "What?" Kyo's feral eyes were on her, focused yet brimming with determination. "Throw me at him, hard and fast as you can. I think I can distract him." Yu's mind worked at a speed that could outpace lightning. Take his head off. He'd saved her earlier by somehow slicing off part of his leg. His claws had torn into the metallic golem's neck. Kyo's claws were hard enough to cut through metal, and he was small enough Ayukawa couldn't nab him. That was, if he wasn't knocked down midway. It was a risky move. If he was intercepted, then he was going to end up like Monkey Face. And he was just a kid, a high schooler who'd kept himself together while the world had collapsed. Was it okay for her to put him in such danger? To use him as such when she'd worried over his safety? All those questions had already been answered the moment she said yes. They were answered in the way he nodded back at her, fully resolute in this. Error gaff. Error. Get off. Get the hell off me, you little furball. For a brief second, you were stunned both by the success of their plan and the savagery Kyo laid into Ayukawa's head with. Sometime during the flight, he began to spin, becoming more akin to a drill that slammed into Ayukawa's face and began tearing into it. She wondered if this was him really letting loose some pent-up rage at Ayukawa given how he'd lorded over Numazu. She wouldn't have put it past him. She arguably put some of her own anger into her next punch. Her anger at his offer and his attempts to kill her afterward. That said, it wasn't just rage that went into her next attack. There was something else. Something purer. "No, I'm still going to keep going. Look, I'm sorry, but I'm not giving up. Plus, Ultra, Wham!" It was a thunderous boom she was certain to be heard throughout town, if her shouting was enough. Normally, she wasn't the one to call out that old motto, but you felt a certain pumping in her blood that led her to calling out the words. Oh, and maybe throwing the strongest punch she could muster helped. Was it one All Might would have been proud of? Midnight even? Ayukawa's golem ceased its movement as her fist smashed clean through its chest. Near simultaneously, Kyo damaged the head enough that it toppled off its neck. A scream of pure pain ripped through the air, the scream of a tyrant having his mind and body taxed to the limit. Despite the adrenaline pumping through her, Yu homed in as best she could on where the sound came from. Pulling her arm slightly out, she wiggled her fingers inside until she found him. Upon pulling her arm out completely, Kyo jumped on. He ran up to her palm as she turned it over to reveal Ayukawa. His eyes were wide while blood dripped from his nose and lips. Looking at her and Kyo, he tried to form words, but it was clear his mouth wasn't working. His whole body shook and shivered as he tried to get it to move, maybe even try to activate his quirk one last time. But it was over. He had nothing left in him, and he would have nothing to call a kingdom the next time he was able to move. Kyo loomed over him with a dark glare, one that slightly worried you. His rage had perhaps awakened some primal side of his quirk, a side that wouldn't think twice about slaying a defeated enemy in front of him. She'd seen enough nature documentaries to know that was how the law of the jungle went. The devastation around them certainly didn't make the memories pleasant. Just as she readied herself to speak, Kyo's fist came down in a light but still painful punch. Izuku's face flopped to the side, his groaning proof of his continued life. You sighed in relief, something that didn't go unnoticed by the teen now standing in her palm. I wanted to. For everything he's done, You're better off not having done so, Kyo. Those claws of yours, they're pretty good at helping people, a lot more than killing them. She offered. He looked up at her, sweaty and exhausted, yet shocked by her words. Although she felt exhaustion and slight pain nipping at her, it was all light compared to the beatings she'd taken before, including during their earlier brawl. She smiled at the teenager who'd helped round two go a lot smoother, and who'd made for such good company, and a hell of a partner. We got him. She jubilantly cheered. We sure as hell did. He joined her in laughing, their shared voices rising up to the silvery moon half hidden away. For days later, for a split second, you genuinely thought of turning tail and running. It'd be totally embarrassing, but at least no one would ever know about it. Except the boy, she just stood up. Luckily, Kyo was a nice enough guy. He hopefully wouldn't hold it against her. She visibly scowled at the thought. Get a grip already. You're here to thank him, so just do that. And quit being so jumpy. It's not like you're taking him out for something big and fancy. Not like there's any places that can do that. Huh. Then again, with him it's not like you need big and fancy. Anyway, he's just nice to be around. And that's why you're here. Because you want to spend some more time with him before you both go your separate. Hey! Wah! The black-haired teenager with feline eyes stared at her in slack-jawed confusion as she fumbled backward, clearly shocked by his seemingly sudden appearance. A smirk grew along his face whilst he watched her look like an idiot. Then he just downright laughed. You regained her composure and threw a pouty glare at him. But it just made him laugh even harder. Despite that, she felt her lips curving into a smile, too. It was nice to see him laughing. It was nice to see him happy after the mayhem of the last 4 days. He looked like a regular teenager dressed in jeans and a blue t-shirt, not a scavenger trying to survive in a war-torn city. It was a good look for him, one that you found herself consciously drinking in. Came to say goodbye before you left? He asked. Sorta. Kind of. Figured that we could do a lot more than just say goodbye at the train or something. That's what she knew she should have been doing. A face-to-face still wasn't so bad. But you couldn't tamp down this feeling of yearning that pushed her to see the teen one more time in the flesh. Despite his presence right in front of her, you still felt a hunger for something else. Something more. You could invite me in, or what? She blurted out. Manners had seemingly been left somewhere on the side of the road on her way over. Still smiling, he did just that. His apartment hadn't changed too much since her last day in it. Then there was the fact that he'd chosen to stay here at all. Then again, a part of her wasn't so surprised he'd chosen to stay. He had a dedication to Numazu that was adorable. It was akin to the dedication some heroes had to certain towns. She faintly remembered that's how it had been during the early days of quirks and vigilantes. Many people chose to simply protect their hometown and neighbors. It took a little while for some people to grow beyond that. Somewhat coincided with the emergence of hero agencies. As well, the realization reminded her of how far things seemed to be sliding back. Yet looking at Kyo heading toward the kitchen to get her something to drink nipped that thought in the bud. Things may have been grim, but they weren't hopeless. Here they were, back at the dining room table. Albeit instead of discussing a cover operation, it was to discuss something else. Something that made the previous topic seem almost minuscule. I seriously can't believe this. Her private thoughts echoed. You're seriously tripping over yourself talking to a... Hey, still in there? You didn't get another mission or something, did you? Huh? Oh, no, it's just... damn it. This is harder than it should be. And just like that, she gave up, head fallen. She leaned forward on the table looking at it with worrisome eyes. I'm heading out tomorrow. Well, you know how it is all over. Yeah, I know. No rest for the virtuous. She heard the sorrow in his voice before she looked up and saw it in his eyes. There was something slightly comforting about it. At least she wasn't the only one depressed about the eventual parting. It helped her smile at him, in a sad kind of way, though. Isn't it no rest for wicked? Pretty sure they go hand in hand with each other. I just know there's more going on outside of Numazu. Seeing actual helicopters and law enforcement kind of help remind people that, including me. His eyes drifted back down to the table, to his orange juice, to his hands, anywhere but her face. Still, it was nice to see actual organized, well, anything. She smiled a little brighter at that. It was nice seeing organized law enforcement showing up when she put the call in. Same thing with medical care. There were certainly several people that needed it, including Ishameen, the leader of the new Numazu network, or former leader. He wasn't going to be leading the organization from a hospital bed. He was lucky to be alive, and lucky the doctors were able to treat him, but he couldn't so much as lift a finger. For all intents and purposes, it seemed to be the end of the new Numazu network. Except others had stepped up, presumably cooler heads. Amongst them had been those who'd apologized for Ishameen's attack on her earlier. Her stepping up to protect them all seemed to have had an impact on them. In addition to the apparent tongue lashing Kyo had given them back at Izuku's warehouse hideout. I mean, you really should have heard him. He totally tore into everyone, including people 3 times his size, and he did it without fear. Asami had told her when the two of them had a private moment. It was one she seemed to be trying to set up. Given what she had to say, you could somewhat see why. I can actually kind of imagine. The guy showed he sure could talk when we first met. You had responded with a nostalgic smile. Nostalgic for a moment that was less than a day old. Kyo had made one hell of an impression on her. So, he talked him into not killing the others? Yeah, all while looking like he could do it himself. Kyo's quirk. I've always known it's more lion than your typical house cat, but that really only comes out when he's angry or determined. I've never seen it like that. Truth is, I thought he looked kind of cool. The Mantis girl's cheeks flushed pink at the confession. Now it was really obvious why she wanted to have this conversation away from the aforenamed lion boy. I think you inspired him. He talked about you, kept saying heroes were still fighting for us. And you were. Yu's cheeks flushed red hearing that. Modesty had never been her strong suit, and yet she was at something of a loss for words hearing how passionately Kyo had argued for her. I couldn't just leave the job unfinished, you know. Even back then, her words sounded nowhere near as boastful as she hoped they would. What's important is that everything worked out. All thanks to you and Kyo, but especially you. No one, not even Ishameen could stand up to Izuku. All of us just went after him, because you softened him up. Seriously, none of this ever could have happened if you hadn't done most of the heavy lifting. Asami continued with an ashamed glance. Deep down, you agreed with that. She had done most of the heavy lifting, literally, but that was partially because no one else could. Ishameen, though he could, and he was currently lying in a hospital bed with nearly 80% of all his bones broken. It was doubtful others would have done better. Normally, that would have been the moment for her to start boasting, but humility held her tongue. It was a strange feeling, but one that you was getting used to. I've got a lot to thank you for, saving my town, saving my comrades, and saving the last best friend I have left. So, thank you. Thank you so much, MT Lady. And I'm so sorry about all the awful things we said about you and the other heroes still out there. It was a teary-eyed apology complete with a bow, something that left you stunned. Such emotional gratitude wasn't unknown to her, but it had become far rarer than it had once been, and it had never struck her as deeply as it had then. Izuku's syndicated collapsed, but the remnants were still running amok. Luckily, Civilian resistance had been emboldened, and it had gained a measure of restraint now that Ishameen was out of the picture. As Kyo had told her, he'd been a driver of the more extremist approach, including murder and aggressive vandalism. While not a villain, she felt like Numazu might heal better with him, and Ayukawa out of the picture. The thought of Kyo living in that environment put her at ease until she found herself here, staring back at him when he finally lifted his head up, allowing their eyes to meet. He had some damn charming green eyes, even if he didn't quite know it. Or maybe he did. She wouldn't know unless she asked him, and she sure as hell wasn't going to do that not yet. He called to her. Can I give you a gift or something? Just something as a thank you? Sorry, it's not going to be anything grand, but I want some pictures. She stated. Okay, enough. You are not that dorky schoolgirl anymore. Buck up. You like this guy, and he likes you. You know what to do. You're MT's sexiest hero lady. She focused on his gaping face and even blushing cheeks. You temporarily wondered what was running through his mind, then grinned as a certain thought came to her. Admittedly, she was a little curious on that front. It's a beautiful day out, so why don't we make the most of it? Her voice wasn't dripping with seduction, but she did pour on the charm with her eyes, especially since she wasn't wearing her mask. She came over here without it because she wanted Kyo to not see Mount Lady. Just her. Just you, Takayama. Kyo's mouth was agape, while his cheeks were growing from pink to red. She giggled, picturing the ideas running through his mind. I wonder which ones I might be able to bring to life. Most guys would have been chopping at the bit for this opportunity, but a full minute passed with Kyo seemingly debating it. Although he was a little annoyed, that ironically made her more confident about this. He wasn't some shameless horn dog like most of her fans were. However, that didn't mean he didn't have some horniness in him. I know a couple of spots I can take you to. They'd make for some great shots. He finally proposed. The redness of his cheeks were a sharp contrast to his black hair, and you loved it. Then grab your best camera and show me the town, Kyo. Oh! And while we're out, she winked at him, intensifying the blush. You can call me you. Oh, as Kyo had learned, people had some preconceived notions about photography and photographers, one of which included shameless perversion. He wouldn't deny there were some of those people out there, but he sure as hell wasn't one of them. That didn't mean that he didn't have thoughts, or dreams, or desires. If you could photograph one woman, who would you choose? If you could do swimsuit shots of any girl, who? If you could take nudes, who would you choose? That last one was a question Kyo was normally adamant on never answering. As for the others, well, he had a few, and that included the mountain hero, MT Lady, also known as Takayama. That's who he felt like he'd spent the last 3 hours taking pictures of Takayama, although he also took some shots of MT Lady herself. He just wished Numazu wasn't such a wreck. It was going to be a while before the city was back to what it once was. Thanks to the blonde at the end of his lens, it had that chance. He never knew that wreckage could be made beautiful by a beautiful woman. He never knew the mountain hero could be so photogenic without her mask, although he certainly knew how good she could be with it. He took several shots with her wearing it, yet she always took it off once the photos were taken. You can call me you. Yu's hair bellowed in the afternoon breeze as she looked back at Mount Fuji. The look of longing in her eyes was something he recognized. Kyo joined her at the edge, looking at the distant mountain with a smile filled with yearning. How old were you when you went there? He asked. 11. I kept asking my parents to take me there, and eventually they did. It was the first mountain I'd ever climbed. Sorta. Fitting given its importance, you know. I'm not surprised, and I'm kind of glad you managed to make that dream come true. How tall were you able to grow? Another hearty giggle. Just a little over 10 feet, maybe 10.5. Still, I felt like I was standing on top of the world. That was one of the happiest days of my life, and still is, to be honest. Those eyes that cackle with light and affection were turned on her. What about you, Kyo? I was about 11 years old, too. My parents weren't going to take me until I was old enough to handle the walk-up, which I had to prove. Until then, I'd mostly just been around it, and it was one of my favorite places to be. He found something satisfying in the connection they shared with the iconic mountain. For her, it was rooted in her quirk, and for him, it was a famous landmark of his birthplace. Every day he and the residents of Numazu woke up, it was there in the distance, a constant fixture. The next time I came back, my mom had died. I just ran up there and stayed there for a couple of hours to clear my head. Scared my dad to death. Something I'm not proud of. Kyo laughed at the bitter memory. That had been a long afternoon, but one that had ultimately ended on a happy note. The next time we went up there, it was the two of us. We wished Mom were with us, but we told her we'd be all right. Kyo leaned his head back and allowed the spring breeze to caress his face. For the briefest moment, he was back there on the mountain top, beside his dad, the two of them bravely facing the horizon together. It hasn't been easy, but I think we've done that. It's just my opinion, for whatever that's worth, but I think you are. At the very least, she'd be proud of you, Kyo. You saved this place. Meeting her gaze, he quelled the rush of excitement that swept through him with a calm smile. Just help the woman who did the hard part. Giggling, she reached over and tapped him on the chest, making his heart flutter. Still, I would have been a lot worse off without you. Hell, this whole town would have been if you hadn't talked so many people down. It's funny because I've always been better at pictures than words. He remarked, as much as I wanted to crack some skulls to get my point across, I knew that wasn't going to help. Her hand slid down from his chest to his left hand. You fought your instincts. He nodded in confirmation of her words. I've heard for some people with animal-based quirks, that can be hard. Still, it's not like they go full scale over to the wild side. That's what a couple people expected me to do. Just give in and go wild. It's the sort of stuff that the Meta-Liberation Army preached. It's what a couple people did, particularly those with predator-based quirks. It's like something from the past coming back to life. It might have, if you hadn't been the bigger man, or you showed the other side of what being a lion means. Although her tone had a sing-song quality to it, Kyo was able to tell she was being genuine in praising him. It was in her eyes, looking at him with affectionate support that sent his heart into a greater tailspin. Anyone can move people through violence, but it takes something real special to do it through words. To turn an angry mob ready to lynch people into something more peaceful. Kyo, you've got a skill just as good as your photography, one that I confident come in real handy around her. I just wish I was there to see it in action. He made the mistake of looking away with a very visible blush on his face. Don't think you would have been up to it if I was watching you, Kyo. No, it's not that. Just, well, try not to let what you're saying go to my head. The last part was a rushed whisper, albeit one he was certain you heard. The cheeky grin on her face confirmed she did. Humility's never been my strong suit, but I can recognize it in others. Everyone said I could learn a thing or two from them. She jokingly confessed. Well, I think you have. From what I've seen and heard, you've learned how to be pretty humble, which is a stark contrast to how you were before. He was at a crossroad between trying to be nice and referring to the pre-chaotic days as back in the day. That's how much things had changed. It still seemed crazy to think about. Rather than feeling insulted, you chuckled. She walked back over to the railing and leaned against it, her gaze on the distant Mount Fuji. Kyo joined her, watching her blonde bangs swaying in the soft breeze. If the me from day one could see me now, I don't think she'd believe it. Hell, some days I wake up and I can't believe what I found myself able to put up with. I'll admit, the fame and fortune were a big draw for me, although I always ended up failing at the fortune part. On that he joined her in laughter. It was a known fact despite her popularity and success. You racked up quite a bit of collateral damage with her heroics. Her hand stretched out toward Mount Fuji. Yu's face is a mixture of nostalgia and clear-eyed focus. I've always been proud of my quirk, despite it being more on the destructive side. As a little girl, I read a lot of books about mountains, including how people looked up at them with so much awe and respect. I wanted people to look at me that way, especially after some less than stellar experiences I had in school. Although he had a vague idea of what she was talking about, Kyo chose to remain respectfully silent. Just like before in his apartment, he was seeing a side of the Mount Lady most people didn't, perhaps they didn't even know existed. It made him feel special seeing it. Being able to grow so big and do so much definitely got people to look up and admire me, and that felt good. Great. Awesome. It was a pretty addictive feeling. But it wasn't all I ended up feeling. People don't just look up to mountains in awe. They look up to them for protection, too. I realized it a while back, although I buried it beneath my desire for adoration. Still, it came back to me as I went on, as people kept on relying on me. I realized how much a responsibility that was, and no matter what, I couldn't just walk away from it. Enlightenment was the word that came to mind looking at her. The realization of what it meant to be a hero, a realization that had stuck with her and turned into a drive that kept her going through these dark times, even when people have turned their back on you. Kyo found himself whispering, "Yeah, crazy as it sounds. If I hadn't realized that I'd have called it quits with the others." She stated. Without thinking, he raised his left hand and placed it beneath hers, keeping it afloat. Yu's eyes widened as she looked at him. Her cheeks turned the lightest shade of pink. Kyo just stared back with an unwavering gaze as he spoke. "I'm glad you didn't, and so are plenty of other people, not giving up when times get tough. I think that's part of what makes a hero. Doing it because people need your help, whether they appreciate you or not. That's real heroism." Another laugh. Although he noted this time, she was the one looking away. Doesn't sound like the sensational Mount Lady, does it? Maybe not the one the world's got to know, but it's the one that the world needs. It's the one I'm happy I got to meet to help and catch on camera. He replied with a smile. The pinkness became red, and it practically covered her whole face. Kyo was able to see it in its entirety thanks to you looking directly at him. He wasn't boasting, and he wasn't trying to play it cool. He just said what he genuinely thought. Of all the heroes he could have run into, he was genuinely glad it was Mount Lady. It took a giant to beat a giant, and he was happy that this one had a heart almost as big as her size, even if she didn't act like it most of the time. Gah, why'd you have to go and say something like that? And keep that stupid, honest look on your face. The next thing he knew, her arms were around his neck, her body pressing against his, including her cheeks against the nape of his neck. The height difference between them did nothing to distract from the fact that he was enjoying having her somewhat petite, yet still sexy body pressing against his. Kyo felt his cheeks explode into crimson and his arms freeze up, only to awkwardly wrap around the blonde who'd flung herself into his arms. Really, don't you know that that kind of look does to a girl? Kyo had a vague idea, although that and everything else in his mind was swept away as you pulled his head down so their lips could meet. The kiss ecstasy immediately spread through his body right down to his toes. When Yu's tongue jammed his way into his mouth, it was like breaking the lock on something inside of him. Perhaps his dumbstruck stupor. Whatever the case, he started returning the kiss. That included wrapping her arms around her small waist, squeezing their bodies together. It seemed like their lips followed suit. The last 20 seconds of the kiss were pure passion. Something Kyo could well and truly say he'd never felt in any of the few kisses he'd had. Pulling away, he saw that maybe, just maybe, it was the same for you. Unsurprisingly, her cheeks were still burning red. It was her eyes, though, that he was really drawn to. They always had a certain shiny quality to them, practically twin spheres of rubellite. Staring into them furthered the acceleration of his heart. Kyo felt his breathing quicken as Yu's eyes continued to look back at him, desire building in them. He knew the same feeling was inside of his. He felt it coursing through his veins. And no, don't tell me I'm... Cece, come on. Get a hold of yourself. You've kissed girls before. It almost seemed painful trying to think of the few girls he'd kissed before you. Their faces appeared so fast, he was hardly able to comprehend them. At the end of it all was you. She was standing right in front of him, still blushing, still staring at him with that look. He knew what he had to do. His attempt to look away was stopped by the woman herself. Grabbing his cheeks, he gently turned his face back, so he was facing her. Words failed him. The desire to memorial the event through a picture was done mentally. "Kyo," she called in a heated voice. "I know that look in your eyes. Trust me, I do. I am sorry. I am not like this with every girl I kiss. It's just there's something about you, T, that's DD different. He gasped. Common sense was telling him to get away, to stop before he did something incredibly stupid. Her fluttering laughter did nothing to soothe the primal desire swelling within him. It added to it. Well, duh, I'm the mountain hero, MT lady. Of course I'm not like every other girl. She brought his head lower, stopping short of connecting their lips. And you're not like any other guy I've been with. Very few guys have told me I'm a good hero and meant it the way you have. But what about your partner, Kimui Woods? He asked, secretly dreading the answer. Just partners and friends on that front. She laughed again the way his eyes impulsively widened at that. Yeah, I know people like to talk. We hear it all the time, but it's just he's a partner I'm lucky to have. Likewise, I consider myself lucky to have ran into you in this town. Lucky that I got to meet such a brash and gutsy guy like you who still had faith in heroes like me. Hell, who believed I'm a hero. Kyo found his lips moving, his brain just barely catching up to his mouth. Even then, he didn't stop with a statement. Yeah, you are the sexiest hero in the world. Her grin split her face, but only for a second. Even with a scar? Slowly, but with rising confidence, he reached up and caressed that part of her face. Yeah, even with that. After all, you got it doing your job, and that's nothing to be ashamed of. She sighed, ending in a happy, almost relieved smile. You just keep on saying things that make me go weak at the knees, don't you? It's not like I'm trying to. He laughed back. Hey, I know, and that's a reason why I like you, Kyo. She gave him a quick peck on the lips. While such a thing would have normally been the main event, he realized what she was really getting at when she sensually raised her leg against his. Her whole body, especially her chest, sensually grinded against his. The rush of sensual heat was inevitable. But I've been thinking you deserve something special for everything you've done for me and everything you've put yourself through. Why, you... It was amazing how easily he'd gotten used to calling her by her first name. Playful seduction danced in her eyes alongside genuine affection. So what do you say, Kyo? I really want to do this, but only if you're up for it. I've really come to like you. Holding her by the cheek and waist, he brought her in for a kiss. He was the instigator this time. She answered a hell of a lot quicker than him, returning it with pure joy and looping her arms around his neck to deepen it. His right hand slid from her cheeks to her hips. You laughed in jubilation when a moment later he picked her up in his arms and took off across the rooftops. He could tell she liked being carried this way. Somewhere, a part of him dearly hoped this wouldn't be the last time he'd carry her away like this. And the day he did, Numazu would be in better shape. Or maybe it'd be some other city. There'd been times he hadn't immediately developed the photos he'd taken, the reasons being varied. None of those reasons had ever been because of a girl, a woman, a pro-hero, who liked him, who wanted to have sex with him, who was passionately kissing him the second he put his things down once they were back at his apartment. It felt like something straight out of a movie. The woman in his arms was very much like an actress herself. She had all the beauty and vanity one would have associated with a movie star. Truth be told, that was something about her he found oddly attractive. But it wasn't the main reason. That lay in the person she truly was. A proud beauty, but one with a heart as big as her giant form. A woman who'd taken numerous earth-shaking, mountain-busting blows to protect the people who couldn't survive them, including him, all while being spat on by those same people. Thinking about that helped him reign in the primal impulse coursing through him. You looked up, shocked by it. She'd seen her share of horny guys before, but Kyo looked... No, he was different. The slow reassertion of reason was evident on his face, and it was an amazingly alluring sight. Normally, most guys would have been tearing her clothes off the second they were through the door. She could tell the urge had been there within him. Yet he suppressed it. He'd suppressed it all the way to the bedroom, his bedroom, where he gently sat her down and now loomed over her. His every breath excited her heart. Yet just as mesmerizing were his eyes, so focused and clear while possessing a raging intensity to them. She stared into them well into their next kiss. Soft at first before taking a noticeably intimate turn. You welcomed it, and she welcomed how Kyo gently bore down on her. Although she'd been expecting something wilder, she didn't find herself complaining about the tenderness in which he fell over her. You let out a louder than expected moan when he kissed her neck, or what little of it was exposed thanks to her costume. Suddenly, she really regretted coming here in her hero costume instead of something more casual, but she wanted to be ready in case trouble blew up somewhere in town. Now, here she was wishing she was wearing something more casual or even sexy. Just, Gigi gonna have to remember that for next time. Her eyes widened at the statement. And next time, Kyo pulled away, maybe sensing the change in her. Her hands shot to his cheeks, locking his face in and framing it so she could look into his green eyes. Yeah, damn right there's going to be a next time. You brought their lips together, recreating that euphoric feeling that came with their first kiss. It only seemed to have grown stronger. His heart was pounding at a speed he'd never felt before, not in the heat of battle or when he was angling to get the best picture possible. He didn't have to do that. Only he stared back at the woman he'd just finished kissing. Rosy cheeks and magenta eyes, light blonde hair that, ironically, reminded him of a lion's fur more so than his own black hair. She was perfect. Kyo blinked, feeling a hand on his chest. Looking down, he saw it and fell back, although Yu's other hand tenderly gripped her shoulder. Smiling, she motioned for them to switch places. This bed isn't technically yours. Sounded a voice in the corner of his mind as he stared up at the sexy blonde straddling his hips. There was no hiding the tent in his pants. Kyo gasped when it was stroked by the delicate fingers of the pro-hero on top of him. HHA, you're pretty heroic yourself, Kyo. She purred. I'm not saying this just as flattery. I'm saying this as someone who's worked alongside pros, including the greats. Her blonde bangs fell against his face as she leaned down. His breath hitched in his throat at the proximity of her lips, yet his eyes remained focused on hers. You run off into danger simply to help anyone you can. You help without asking for anything in return, and you know where to draw the line between right and wrong. I'm just me. I've never tried to be a hero. He tapered off half, trying to find the strength to look away, but he didn't want to. His hands gradually rose to grasp her hips. In response, she stroked his cock through his pants. This'll sound cliché, but that's part of what makes a hero, at least one people can look up to. Heh, I never tried too hard to be that kind of hero, but I knew a couple of them. They're the ones I respect the most. Her eyes turned slightly serious as she cradled his face. I need you to do something for me. Promise me you'll never lose that. No matter what happens, no matter how crazy things get, don't lose that part of yourself, okay? He tightened his hold on her hips. I will, but you gotta promise me you'll stay alive, all right? Hey, remember who you're talking to. Mountains don't break that easily, Kyo, especially this one. She closed the distance between their lips, and Kyo's heart, as well as hers, soared. His hips thrusted upward simultaneous to her tighten her hold on his member. Kyo groaned into the kiss, feeling the raw surge of ecstasy shooting through him and accumulating in his manhood. How he didn't come in his pants was a shock to him. And you? Although based on the look in her eyes as she pulled away from the kiss, she was intent on changing that. Another kiss and another stroking of his member, putting Kyo in a tight spot. A part of him was subconsciously holding himself back. Although his drawer was just a few feet away, he wanted to hold on to some dignity in not coming in his pants. He wanted to do that out of them. Yeah, and have it splatter on the face of the beautiful woman you just spent 3.5 hours photographing. Sounded his inner voice. Finally, she gave him a reprieve, although she remained atop his waist. His penis was still sticking up through his pants. 2. You gave him a temporary relief from his pleasuring, but he suspected that would end pretty soon. On top of that, a part of Kyo wanted it to end. She leaned forward, making his blood race again. Just lie back and enjoy this, Kyo. An extra special thank you gift from the sensational Mount Lady. You declared with a wink. Immediately, he knew what she was going to do. If his blood was racing before, then it was shooting across the skies like a jet fighter, wide-eyed and his feral instincts jumping in excitement. He lifted his head up and watched you climb down to his hips. A single stroke to his cock made it twitch. Kyo felt that continuing twitch as she moved down lower to his feet, removing his shoes and socks, and finally returning to his waist. Slowly, She undid his belt and then his zipper. Knowing it was inevitable, he shut his eyes and braced for it. Holy shit. Why you're, Kekikyo, why you're fucking big. The blonde yelled loud enough for her voice to echo throughout the whole apartment. It was a good thing it was empty except for the two of them. I've always wondered if it's a part of my quirk. You know what they say about lions. He whispered. She knew lions lived in prides, one male and multiple females. You looked at the 7-inch meaty cock that could probably satisfy several women. It was sure as hell going to satisfy her. And it's all mine. Sorry, ladies. It doesn't matter what it is, it's yours, Kyo. Even you recognized how different her voice sounded. Kyo gawked at her, while his cheeks were still outperforming cherries in terms of color. And now it's mine. Her tongue stuck out, running along the thick length. The teenager's voice shot into the air as his body shook from the force of her oral lashing. She practically had to force herself to not give him another, to simply watch him tremble in ecstasy. It was an arousing sight, almost as arousing as the sight of his cock twitching directly in front of her. Hey, he managed to mutter. Did you enjoy that, Kyo? You asked, grinning. Why, yes, SS shit? Why, yes, I did. Then enjoy the rest of this. Big boy. His voice shook the room thanks to her second, third, and fourth licks. You went all the way down to his balls, affectionately sucking them as much as she did his base. He bucked and squirmed, his cock twitching seconds before it erupted in a glorious shower of cum. She didn't mind how it splattered all over her face, all over her hair. Nothing a good shower wouldn't fix, especially if it was with a black-haired teen who'd unwittingly charmed her. Her lips clapped down on his tip, stopping the sudden orgasm, at least stopping it from spraying. Instead, she felt Kyo's juices splashing against the roof of her mouth. Every bit, then poured down her throat. It was better than any liquor she could have gotten her hands on, or any other man she'd been with. It was like 100 flashes going off in front of his eyes. Kyo struggled to get a clear view of the ceiling, but he still tried. Ultimately, it wasn't even the ceiling he was looking at, just Yu's head, her blonde hair dotted with his cum. It was bobbing up and down on his cock, the same cock that she'd just proclaimed to be hers. Despite the flood of emotion, Kyo felt himself smiling. I got a hero addicted to my cock. Hey, not too bad, huh? The thought came at the tail end of another deep roar that shook the room. Kyo felt his manhood surging with a new surge of cum that was blasted straight up into Yu's mouth. She moaned in delight as she took it all in, watching it further incited the beast within him. MMMHHH, sounded her muffled voice. She took the next rush like she'd been expecting it. That, or she just had a hell of a gag reflex. As she swallowed the upward blast of cum, you only had one clear thought in her head. I want this thing inside of me. It was as inevitable as the sun rising and falling. The tingle between her legs was simply undeniable and almost mind-breaking. You pulled away, but Kyo's cock had one last burst of cum to expel. Her pussy tingled again as it splattered across her face, coated in sweat and loose cum from his earlier orgasm. Now it was all over her, in her hair and in her eyes. Her face was a mess, but Kyo still thought she looked gorgeous. Mine. She's mine, whispered his animalistic self. Oh, it was awake, and it was damn well letting its voice be heard, a voice that Kyo knew represented some part of him. His first time coming on a woman's face, and it happened to be a pro-hero's. Said hero smiled at him through the cum on her face. Geez, you've been penned up, haven't you? Or maybe this is just how you usually are. I don't know. I've never done this before. He stuttered. Kyo felt like he should have offered her a towel, or pause in the sex so she could wash up, or give her a moment to clean the cum off her face. That would have been one hell of a sight. I know, and that's part of what makes this so much fun. Dragging her finger down her cheek, she scooped up some cum and popped it into her mouth. Kyo's nearly went bug-eyed watching her suck her fingers so sensually. Mind if I wash off a little? And then not at all. TT, take your time. Truthfully, he felt like he needed a second to catch his breath, to remind himself this was real and not some dream he conjured up, potentially on hospital painkillers. He shamelessly watched her walk out the door, her hips swaying all the while. Kyo knew it was intentional, and she knew he knew. You turned around and winked at him. Her pose similar to men she struck for the paparazzi. This time, it was just for him. Once she was gone, Kyo let his head hit the pillows again, his cock somewhat deflating now that the object of his sexual ferocity was gone. He took the moment to catch his breath as much as he could. His eyes stared at the ceiling, now cast in a slightly orange glow thanks to the setting sun outside. His two sets of ears picked up the sound of the bathroom faucet running. The sound made a part of his mind wander off to the possibility of watching her clean herself. Shutting his eyes was the only way to block out the next image of water running, water from the showerhead, hitting Yu's naked body. His cock temporarily re-hardened at the image before he definitively stomped it out. A hand fell over his face. Jeez, I was just trying to save my town. Never would have thought this was how it'd go. Not that I'm complaining. Reminiscing over the last several days, he found it crazy to think his decision to investigate the commotion near the river had led him to here. Crazy road called life. He murmured with a chuckle. When the faucet turned off, Kyo knew what it meant before his ears picked up the call of the blonde hero. Hey, Kyo, I'm ready. Her footsteps were clear as day to him, and each one made his heart race in anticipation. It was exactly what you wanted. She struck a pose entering the bedroom and watched as his jaw dropped. While she may not have been the tallest woman around, she had a sexy body, a body she was proud to show off, although that was often with the addition of her hero costume, which she'd left in the bathroom after finishing washing up. All she was left in was her sports bra and underwear, both as black as his hair, a firm contrast to her olive skin and her creamy blonde hair. All her wounds from fights had healed with practically zero scars. The only one she had was the one over her eye, but Kyo had accepted that as part of her. Maybe one day she'd tell him how much that meant to her. Today, however, wasn't that day. It was the day she stacked a claim on the lion-hearted teenager who'd won her heart where dozens of other men had tried their hand and failed. In turn, she wanted to make sure he never thought of another woman except her. Why were you? Why were you? Why were you? Why you're GGG gorgeous. He admitted with his blush reaching up to his feline ears. I mean, why were you? Why you're... She struck another pose, lifting her arms up and exposing her belly button and sides. I'm gorgeous? Beautiful? Yeah, I know. During their previous photo tour, she hadn't struck too many seductive poses, but it had been on her mind. Things had been calmer then, more chaste, but here they were in the bedroom, her having previously blown him, and she had every intention of giving him another one, along with something just as tantalizing. You never gave him a chance to properly respond. In a few short steps she was on him, planting her lips against his in a new series of kisses. He immediately responded, kissing her back and moving his hands over her abdomen and backside. Although she showed off her body, there was a difference when all she was wearing was underwear and a bra. It hit differently. Swimsuits were the sole exception, and even then, she never allowed anyone to touch her the way Kyo was doing. A couple of guys had tried, though. Every stroke of his hands against her body made you shudder in bliss. His touch was almost, if not equal, to the warm feel of hot water from the shower, washing off all the blood and grime she'd accumulated. This was one of the joys of heroism that often went undiscussed, at least in public circles. It was also one that was better felt than could be explained, although hearing it from others could motivate one to try it for themselves. Her arms looped around Kyo's neck while it was around her waist, their lips breaking apart for a few brief moments. They just held each other while lying atop the bed. Yu's heart thundered in her chest as she gazed into his green eyes, watching the desire for her override whatever flicker of rationality remained. In doing so, they turned feral. She knew she was unleashing something primal within him, and it excited her, more so given his inner beast was a lion, king of the jungle, or in this case, king of the mountain. The next kiss was intimate from start to finish, their tongues shooting out and slamming into each other. Their oral grinding bounced across the sunlit quiet of the room. It ended with a pop. You sat up, panting while spraying her fingers over his chest. Sit on the edge of the bed, Kyo. He did so without a word, although she could practically hear his heart pounding at a mile a minute. She got off him so he could move, and then took her place on her knees directly in front of him in front of his now steel pole of a cock. You openly stared at it in naked awe and hunger, while feeling Kyo's hungry gaze on her. You know those old stories about how the mountain never kneels? She called. Why, yeah. Pretty sure it was said in a movie about ancient China once. Kyo answered. Finally, she tore her eyes off his cock, magenta meeting emerald green. This is the exception, okay? He nodded, silently taking the words to heart. With a smile, she reached back and pulled up her bra, finally revealing her boobs. His eyes widened in shocked delight while his manhood constantly twitched, a small spur pre-cum dripping from his tip. The sight was her cue. A-A-A-H-H-H. Feels good, right? I can say the same goes for me, Kyo. She meant it. Having a steel rod of a cock in her mouth was great, and so was having it between her breasts. Although she very quietly and reluctantly admitted they lost out to midnights in size, they were still enough to draw a man's attention. And in this case, giving a guy a damn good tit fuck. F-F-F-U-C-K. I-C-C can't believe. ITF feels SSO good. Her teenage boy toy cried. Given his side, his tip naturally poked out from the tip of enclosure of her breasts. She didn't wonder if it'd be different if her boobs were bigger. He was just happy he was enjoying it, and happy she was his first. She was going to be his first in everything sexual, and he was proving to be her best as well. You finally took the chance to pop his tip into her mouth. Her lips clapped on the head of his manhood, while his cock slid upward. She squeezed it with all the erotic pressure she could muster. His tip erupted in her mouth a second time, splashing every inch of her mouth with his semen. A thunderous boom sounded from her heart, and lightning struck her pussy. The sizzling heat cooked it, while she savored the delicious taste of Kyo's juices surging down her throat. Kyo could have sworn he felt his eyes roll back into his head from the ecstasy born from his orgasm. It was a release that he just couldn't put into words. His hands felt detached from his body, yet they were the only thing keeping him upright. Somehow, they continued to do so as the seconds passed. Somewhere along the way his vision cleared up enough for him to refocus on the blonde hero still sucking his cock, and still pillowing it, too. His knuckles were starting to turn white from how hard he was gripping the sheets. At the rate he was going, he wasn't going to need his claws to shred them. His breathing intensified, especially when he began thrusting his hips forward. He hadn't been in this situation with too many girls, Red, any, but he was pretty sure those were happy noises. Further confirmed when she looked up at him, and her eyes were still glistening with erotic joy. His right hand fell on her head, her blonde hair, which he'd splashed with his cum. Now he claimed her mouth again. Kyo worked his hips with vigor. The mountain kneels. He mused while effectively using her mouth as he saw fit, and how she let him. Kyo closed his eyes and braced as another wave of ecstasy shadowed him. It meant only one thing was coming next. You saw it too, as she squeezed his cock with gusto and sucked his tip even more. Hiya! MMMHH. She didn't just swallow his cum. She let it splash over her face. It still resulted in a good deal of cum entering her mouth, but she was able to feel Kyo's sweet nectar splattering across her face again. Maybe she'd have to take another trip to the bathroom, but it'd be absolutely worth it. So would getting a replacement pair of undies. Kyo let his body fall back, his breathing hard and his vision blurry. The only time he'd ever felt this way was running a marathon, and even that didn't leave him feeling this euphoric. Nothing in his life had ever left him feeling so dazed and happy, blissful, to be precise. Still gasping, he sat up and watched the mountain hero licking herself clean of his cum. Like before, some of it gotten into her hair. Although she didn't seem to mind too much her eyes crossed with his. Her smile made his member twitch in eagerness as he thought of ramming his cock back into her mouth or going for her pussy. Pussy, Kyo thought again. Giggling, she climbed onto his lap, where he once again wrapped his arms around her. Have fun getting blown by a hero? She asked with a grin. God, yes, I did. I didn't knew blowjobs or tit jobs could be that great, he said with a breathless smile. Well, mine are particularly good. Consider yourself lucky you're going to have premium access to them. Her hands combed through his onyx spikes as she leaned forward. And that goes for access to the smoking hot body. The kiss was somewhere between tender and sexy. It almost seemed like they were passing time, yet still enjoying themselves. They were a polarizing dichotomy. He was naked from the waist down, while for her it was from the waist up, her blonde hair and his black. They each enjoyed running their hands through the other's manis. Holding her, Kyo rolled them over onto the center of the bed. Yu's eyes widened in hot alarm as the teenager loomed over her, his wild eyes looking at her as a lion truly would its prey or its mate. Her legs subconsciously rubbed together as she looked up into his eyes. Slowly, he moved his hands into hers and raised them above her head. It just made her all the more turned on. "I can smell you. You came a little between yours," he declared in husky voice that sounded way too cool to belong to a high schooler. "It's your fault, Keikyo." She fired off with still red cheeks. Cracking a smile, he sat up and finally removed his shirt. Yu's eyes widened at the lean yet muscular body he'd been hiding beneath all his shirts and jackets and hoodies. Although he wasn't the most muscular guy, he definitely had some on him. She briefly wondered if he'd always been that way or if the last 2 months had given him that physique. Totally enamored, she reached for his chest, gasping when his hands gripped her wrist to stop her. Smiling, he leaned forward while moving her hands away and keeping them at either side of her head. His husky breaths tickled her face before he kissed her. Yu jumped at him like a snake, relentlessly throwing herself into the lip lock. Her legs rose and coiled around his waist, pushing his naked and cum-soaked manhood against her black undies. They were already ruined, so she didn't feel like she had much left to lose. She wanted to wrap her arms around his head or neck immediately, but Kyo's gentle hold kept her hands raised. His hands slowly moved into hers, and she immediately grasped his hands with her own. Yu loved the feeling of his now entirely naked body pressing against her with such feathery softness. It was a marked contrast to the bestial ferocity she knew slumbered within him, and now leaking out as she gave herself over to him. She knew he wanted to claim her in the most intimate way imaginable, and yet now he was being so gentle with her. He started out soft, too. The way his hands moved and the way he kissed her, you almost couldn't believe it was real. No one had ever been this gentle with her. You found that she liked it. A whole damn lot. His kisses moved down her body, finally free of her hero costume, and fully relieved him. You was sure he'd have gone bunk wild. Not that she would have minded that. W8. H's kisses his lips. Is he? Kikekyo. She saw him softly peppering her leg like it was a fine piece of art. You gave him an ethereal smile. "How come you're so good at this, huh? You said you've never gone this far with a girl. You what, you don't have to, you." His green eyes met hers. His breathing still husky, yet the animal in him was being held back. "Are you enjoying this, you?" "Yes, fuck. Yes. Please, keep going," she confessed. Smiling, he went right back to it, kissing and stroking her body like a feather. Even the memory of the wounds and injuries were seemingly brushed away by his touch. No one had ever done this for her. None of her previous partners had been this considerate. How ironic that the one who finally was happened to be about 7 years younger than her. You knew it would raise eyebrows and maybe cause her reputation to sour a little, but she honestly didn't care. Watching Kyo lovingly attend to her healed body was the best thing any bedroom partner had done with her. He was the best boy she'd ever been with. She lifted her legs up to help him when he pulled on her undies, come leak from her womanhood as he stared at it, his pupils temporarily flashing into silts. His breathing became heavier, and then came the gasp as she parted her legs to invite him in. Oh, and God, did he take the invite? First, he licked her, licking up all the cum she'd expelled prior. That alone was like a spring gale to her womanhood, revitalizing and fulfilling. You felt it sweeping through her up to her brain, spinning it around like a windmill beneath the sun. The singular wind turned into a storm that battered the pathetic run of a tree that was her pussy. Hewa, hawa, eahak. You wailed as she grabbed at the sheets. Keikyo, Kyo. It had been a quiet battle resisting the urge to dive in and take her thanks to the sweet smell of her juices. That battle, all the resistance, ended when he dove in and helped himself to her pussy. Kyo licked up all her juices in what seemed like no time. It left him wanting more, so he happily eagerly dived into her pussy. His tongue pushed in, and he found nothing but wetness and tightness and scorching hot ecstasy. Her vaginal walls immediately clapped on his tongue, not that it stopped him from wiggling it in every direction. Yu's moans were synced to his wild thrashing. He quickly started coordinating his thrusts, flicking his tongue in a new direction and hitting her insides with varying force. Before, he'd seen the mountain kneel, and now he was practically digging his way under it, shaking it to its foundations. She cried out with increasing bliss each time. It was her voice bouncing through the apartment, a far cry from the silence that usually permeated it, broken only by the occasional murmur from the TV. Her legs, capable of growing to building size, wrapped around his head with a shocking amount of strength despite their regular size. Kyo pushed deeper, completely immersing himself in the sweet aroma of Yu's womanhood. He knew her actions were a plea for more, and he gladly gave her what she wanted, borderline what she seemed to need. Yu bucked her hips against his, not quite in sync with his tongue thrust, but close enough. This being their first time, it was forgivable they lacked any sort of synchronization. Maybe their next time together would be different. Next time? Questioned his inner voice. With a grinning, glittering smile bearing fangs similar to his own, Kyo was sure those didn't come out as he ravaged Yu's womanhood. Her walls were tightening just like how his cock did. It meant only one thing. He smirked against her quivering walls, then delivered a long, sensual lick against her folds. Yu's whole body shuddered as the ecstasy-laced jolt traveled up her spine. Keiko, I am going to dash. He stabbed his tongue inside of her, along with his right index and middle finger. It was something he'd seen done in a couple of hentai manga and pornos. Given the situation, he figured why not give it a go. And based on the torrent of cum that gushed from her pussy, he'd made the right move. Kyo remembered putting his mouth before a giant chocolate facet, swallowing as much of it as he could along with his friends. It was a great time. That's sort of what it was like, except 100 times better. Instead of chocolate, Yu's juices tasted creamy, vanilla, like it's a taste that suited her hair. After this, he was sure he was going to have a new appreciation for all things vanilla come drip from his face when he finally finished his meal. Kyo wiped it away with his hand while drinking in the sight of Yu, lying flat against the bed, dazed and red-faced. Her creamy blonde hair was fanned out behind her, giving her a wild look that he still found attractive. Half-glazed over magenta eyes locked on him, their clarity increasing with each second, crawling over so he was directly above her sped up the process. Clarity was there, but so too was lust. Delicate hands he'd seen smash apart a giant reached up and caressed his face, pulling him down and pressing his body against hers. He'd felt old bruises and scars on her body. They'd been the target of his string of kisses prior to eating her out. They, much like the scar over her left eye, were proof that she wasn't just looks. She was committed to being a hero, even in the dark times. He wasn't sure what his gratitude was worth, but he wanted to give her as much of it as he could, and maybe something a little more. Looking back, you couldn't remember the last time a man had held her like this, if ever. Held her or kissed her like this. There was one boy in the past who she wanted to have this kind of relationship with, a boy she hoped she would. On a sunny afternoon right before summer break, that dream ended, and she spent the following break in a deep depression. You tried not to look back on that point in her life. Borderline forget it. She didn't want to say she'd given up on ever achieving that. She was young. There'd be other guys. Her mom had told her. At the time, she didn't believe it. But she'd been right. There had been other guys, and now there was Kyo. She knew a part of her was going to be asking why she was feeling this way about a kid at least 7 years younger than her. Not the biggest age gap, but it was there. The answer would probably be that she was grateful to him. Grateful that there was someone who still believed in heroes, who still believed in her, who put so much on the line to support her when everyone seemed to be giving up or giving in. When she slipped into simply holding him against her, he held her back. It just felt good to be held in someone's arms, especially a big, strong someone. Still, the presence of a certain something never quite went away. After several minutes of cuddling, it became too much for you to ignore. "Hey, Kyo," she called. "Do you want to be on top?" His eyes immediately widened, indicating he did before he verbally answered. I think I do. Sorry if that comes off as dash. Although the kiss was quick, it was still exhilarating to the two of them. Go for it. Oh, and don't hold back, okay? I can take everything you've got. He breathed out, moving into position, grabbing his cock and angling it right in front of her vagina. Thanks to his devour of her cunt, her silk was nice and wet, perfectly ready for his manhood to enter her. Granted, you had a feeling his girth would be an experience. Since you asked for all I've got, here it comes. With the same ferocity she'd seen him display in a fight, he thrusted his hips forward. His cock rushed straight into her cunt, sliding in and all the way through. You felt every centimeter it slid past, and it was pure bliss that fried her brain. Fucking hell. Hock. Why, you're so fucking tight, you. Contrary to his words, the constriction of her walls was something he enjoyed. Even after hitting her core and going still, Kyo felt himself assailed by waves of ecstasy. Her magenta eyes locked with his, shining brighter than before. And you're so fucking big. Looping her arms around his neck, she squeezed her body against his as her vaginal walls were doing with his cock. I fucking love it, Kyo. That was when his pupils changed once more, feline silts filling his eyes as primal instinct took over. His hips moved at a fast pace he wasn't restraining himself. It was full throttle from start to what was probably going to be the finish. The loud, earth-shaking finish that might leave the bed ruined, but it'd be worth it. All the things she saw on TV and books were thrown aside as he finally experienced the real thing, what real sex felt like. He looked down at the woman he had to think for that, and the woman he was currently thrusting his hips into like a madman. Yu's face was contorted in screaming bliss, an expression he found himself mesmerized by. Kyo reared his hips back, nearly pulling out of her completely before thrusting his cock back into her. You felt like the air was forced out of her lungs, and then it rushed back into her, just in time for her to scream loud enough to shake the entire apartment. She wasn't sure she'd ever screamed that loudly during sex, and she hadn't even climaxed yet. At the rate Kyo was going, it wasn't too far off, though whenever she tried to think of words to describe him, they all turned to mush. Thanks in no small part, thanks to his piston-like thrusts. He was fucking her with pure animalistic fury, and Yu was loving every second of it. With what concentration she could muster, she eyed his lips and brought his face down for a kiss. His thrusting continued into their lip lock, actually intensifying thanks to the extra shot of euphoria. You felt her stuffed pussy experiencing an extra tingle as well. The more they kissed, the stronger the tingle became. Even after their kiss ended, the feeling persisted, aided by Kyo's returning thrusts. You gasped and moaned, occasionally screaming from the impact that seemingly shook all of her insides. Kyo, she whimpered when she finally found her voice. By now, it wasn't a quiver or a tingle in her pussy. It was a seismic quake that heralded only one thing. Green eyes widened at the incredible pressure the teen's manhood was brought under. Despite her small stature, the pro-hero's womanhood was squeezing his dick with all the pressure of her giant-sized hands. The heat was like an incinerator. Both traits called to the inner beast within him, already up and about, roaring as it claimed the blonde. Finally, there were her screams, loud declarations of sensual gratification that made Kyo's heart swirl with pride and ever-increasing desire. I can't. I'm not stopping until I come in you. Why, you? Every last drop. He boomed as she held tightly onto him and him her. Fucking do it. Empty your whole load in me, Kyo. I want every last drop. She yelled back in an equally thunderous voice. Their eyes met and a sloppy kiss ensued, pure passion feeding a messy explosion. Its length was undeterminable. All that mattered was the two of them enjoyed it down to the last second. Separating from her, Kyo pulled his hips back, his cock practically throbbing all the while. Somewhere inside of him, he knew this would be it. As such, he put all the energy he had into the next thrust and speared the mountain hero with his manhood. Her response was instantaneous. Kewato, his own came in response to her vaginal walls exploding around him, dousing his cock in her juices. The mountain shook as the lion's essence blasted into it. filling every inch of its insides. It was a mark that would permanently remain, and a moment both would remember. Magenta eyes and green eyes locked onto one another. Though both overwhelmed with the sweet euphoria of an orgasm, they clear saw one another. You clenched at Kyo, who moved his lips into the nape of her neck. Finally, his fangs emerged, albeit their insertion into the blonde were gentle. She moaned in partial shock and partial delight, finding something enjoyable in the act. Her right hand reached out to grasp at his black hair, not to pull him away, but to simply hold him in place. Not that he needed the help. In addition to his fangs, she felt his tongue running over the patch of flesh, the feeling acting as a crude soothing agent. His lips aided in that, and were arguably just as important in marking her. You moaned louder, feeling him clap down on the left side of her neck, pleasurably sucking it just like how he'd done with her cunt. She didn't need a mirror to know he'd left his mark when he finally pulled away. You would look at it later. At the moment, her focus was entirely on Kyo. Her hand moved from the back of his hand to his sweaty cheek, caressing it. "I'm sorry about that. Think I let my instincts get the best of me," he offered without breaking eye contact. Giggling, she leaned up and pecked him on the lips. "Don't worry about it. I actually kind of liked it. Besides, given my usual outfit, it's not like most people will notice." Moving her left hand to his cheeks, she perfectly framed his face and grinned at him. "It'll be different when I'm wearing casual clothes, though. But hey, it'll be fun to let people know I'm a taken." His cheeks were aflame. You could practically feel the heat radiating through her palms. "And if it loses you some fans?" Yet again, she giggled and pecked him on the lips again. Who cares? Having an awesome boyfriend is totally worth it. He had such a cute smile, one that she was looking forward to seeing more often in the future. Also, she was really looking forward to more kisses, like the one that ensued. What exhaustion there existed from their shared orgasm was swept away, replaced by a renewed hunger they fed with their kiss. Kyo's hands moved across her body, constantly brushing against her hair as she traced the muscles on his back. On the next kiss, or somewhere along the next one that followed, she moved her hand down to his buttocks, playfully slapping them. He paused, giving her a shocked look. Kyo's shock was quickly replaced by a toothy grin. He moved his hands to her ass and eagerly groped it. You moaned, louder when he rocked his hips against hers. He'd pulled his cock out of her. BTU, that just meant she was able to feel the cum-soaked rod grinding against her folds. A desire to have it back within her hit her like a tsunami. Although she wanted to tell him that, the wave hit her and left her a mess of moans and whines, both of which he occasionally silenced with searing kisses. All she could do was return them, and make them last as long as she could. Each time one ended, they were breathless all. They did was breathe in and use what they gained as fuel for the next kiss. He leaned in close to her left ear and whispered, "Can you get on your hands and knees?" Yu's eyes widened. Her mind flashed with the scene he was implying, the scene he wanted to bring about. She grinded her hips against his, making the teenager groan. "Want to fuck me like a dog, huh? Are you a cat, though, Kyo?" Her seductive voice belayed how much she wanted to immediately jump into position. You wanted to have some fun first. Her fun, though, was putting Kyo into another private battle with his instincts. His mind raced with the image of simply flipping her over and driving his cock back into her. "I just can't help it. I've always wanted to try it." Laughing, she moved her hands against his chest and pushed him away. "I know you've seen my pictures. I like showing off my backside, especially my ass." Twisting herself over, she made sure the pillows were directly beneath her. You knew she was probably going to be burying her face in them. "I won't let you fuck my asshole just yet, big boy, but I'll let you do me like this." Looking back, she winked at him just as she'd done at numerous cameramen. "Come on, Kyo." Scrambling into position, he grabbed her by the hips and pushed. Yu's mouth went wide as another hot scream left her with her pussy once more filled to the brim. Kyo let his head fall back as he groaned in bliss while his cock was squeezed by the cum-soaked walls of Yu's pussy once more. And then he made his first thrust. Rea. There was undoubtedly something about this position that appealed to him. It didn't take much thinking to wonder why. Despite the association with dogs, he relished the primal aspect of it. Kyo's thrusts were seemingly faster than before and harder, his hips smacking against Yu's ass on a non-stop basis. She clawed at the sheets and buried her face in the pillows, the same pillows he'd rested his head on so many times. Now it was hers, perhaps her only respite as he pounded away at her ass. The same ass that she loved flashing for the cameras, the part of her that many would say were her best feature, although others argued it was her legs and breasts. As he'd done before, he pulled nearly the entirety of his cock out before thrusting it back in with a vested thrust. Creamy blonde hair flew as you sat up, her mouth etched open in a lewd scream. Caillou, more, Marur, gladly, baby. He repeated his actions 2 more times, each one shaking the mountain hero to her core. Kyo watched her move in near slow motion. The hero he'd seen on TV so many times, and then finally met in person. He saw her grow to truly mountain size and fight to defend him and his fellow citizens. He watched her take hits that would flatten an ordinary person, tank them, get up, and keep on going. He watched bounce and shake from the force of her cock, her position one of submission and weakness. Every time he thrust it into her, she screamed in ecstasy and begged him for more. Kyo happily provided. He couldn't stop, nor was he going to, until he emptied his entire load into her a second time. Mine. She's my girlfriend now. He mentally snarled. His hand rose and fell against her ass in a playful smack. Huh! And her walls tightened even more around his piston-like cock. Smiling, he hit her ass again, getting the same result. Her voice was intoxicating to him, just as her body was. Kyo fell over her like a shadow, his chest pressing against her back as he continued to thrust into her. His left arm wrapped around her waist while the other moved to her breast, pinching her nipple. Hi-yo-waya. His pinching and groping continued, further tightening her pussy around his member. The tightness became one he eventually recognized. Kyo likewise felt the building up in his manhood. He wasn't going to last much longer. Their next orgasm was on the horizon. When you turned her head back to face him, her eyes were an incredible mixture of lustful glazing and crystal clarity. She looked at him with pure awe and adoration, enough for his breath to temporarily catch in his throat. Kyo, she whimpered. He nodded. Me too. So, together, smiling, she wrapped an arm around his neck. Yeah, together. I'm yours, baby. Returning her smile, he kissed her, although it was a final push both of them needed. They were suspended in a cocoon of pure bliss that was tranquil. Its temporary existence was a joy to the both of them, but so was the fiery eruption that shattered it. They screamed together as they came, his cock blasting another burst of coming to her womanhood, which collapsed on his member, dousing it with her feminine juices. Yu's pussy clapped down on Kyo's member tighter than it had before, wringing all the semen she could out of it while unleashing her own essence. Kyo held her against him as he pumped rope after rope had come into her. Each shot hit her harder than any attack she'd taken from any opponent, even Gigantomachia. If he hadn't been holding her upright, you knew she'd have fallen face first into the pillows. It wouldn't have been so bad, but she liked being held in his arms even better, especially when he patted her head with sweet kisses. It made her find the strength to reach up and kiss him back. Not an intimate kiss like the ones they did earlier, but a short and sweet one akin to her previous peeks on his lips. They were going to be having a lot more of both in the future. They'd made quite a stain on the bed, but it didn't bother either of them. Kyo held her against his chest when they finally lay done. He was all too happy to cuddle against him, listening to the now quiet and serene rhythm of his heartbeat. The beast had been sated, and the lion was at rest. Perhaps for the moment. She wouldn't roll out another round of sex, maybe in the shower, but for the moment, she was just happy to cuddle up to her new boyfriend. A quiet voice in the back of her head told her she had to enjoy the time they had together. It was going to end come tomorrow. The thought brought a frown to Yu's face. We've heard reports of the remnants of the League gathering for something major, coupled with Izuku Midoriya finally being brought in from the cold. It's looking like the final battle is approaching, Yu. So we're finally there, huh? And all for one. You know he's going to make his move, along with Shigaraki. If this is what we think it is, then yeah, it's the final battle. You! I know I'll be there. Just, can you give me one more day, can you? Sure. If need be, you should clean up any business you have beforehand. Heh, you sound like the warning on a video game telling the player they're about to go past the point of no return. It was refreshing hearing a chuckle from him. Well, given the situation, it seems kind of fitting, don't you think? Yeah, I guess you're right. Just try to take your own advice, okay? Starting a relationship with a teenager probably wasn't what Kamui had in mind, but that's how things have played out. Honestly, you wouldn't change anything about how she'd spent the last day in Numazu, particularly everything she'd just done with Kyo. Do you remember what I made you promise me? She was startled by his voice. Looking at him, she saw the sad smile on her face and felt an immediate ping of regret for being so open about her feelings. Do you remember what you promised? He repeated in a gentle voice. Her eyes widened in realization, then lowered. I promised to stay alive. She was really going to have to get used to how perspective he could be. He was a photographer and a damn good one at that. Landscapes apparently weren't the only thing he had an eye for. Kyo, I know you're leaving tomorrow, and you're going to be back out there in the thick of it. I'm not going to stop you. Hell, I want to go with you, but I promised to help clean up Numazu. She put a hand to his cheek. Then do that. With you, I'm sure the people will be able to stay on the straight and narrow. Is it also because if I go, you'll be worried about me? He questioned, not hotly nor bitterly. You bit her lip. Honestly, I think I'm always going to worry about you, Kyo. You're a good guy, but also kind of reckless. His chuckle brought an air of humor back to the room, now darkened by nighttime. Despite that, they were still able to see each other clearly. Maybe one day you'll be out there with me. We'd love to have you on the lurkers. Or maybe you can go off on your own. Heh, think I'd need to figure up with a cool name for that. Oh, you'll think of something. I can always help. They shared a heady laugh before silence settled in over them, at least until you spoke again. I'll do my best, but you got to keep yourself alive, too, Kyo. I'm going to be seriously pissed if I get word you went out and got yourself killed before we had our first official date. His cheeks flushed at her words, a sight that didn't go unnoticed. Or would you prefer to think of it as our second date? She offered with a grin. He actually took a second to think it over. Well, she's not wrong. Although we weren't together. Oh, man. MT Lady is seriously my girlfriend. I think we can call that our second date. I'll try to think of some place nice to take you. Or, she offered with a playful smile, I could be the one to treat you. Trust me, I know a couple places, although I have to check to see how many of them are still standing. Hey, we'll always have Mount Fuji. His eyes widened at the thought. Hey, you. She planted a kiss on his lips, long and sweet. Yes, one day, when all this is over, let's go there. Just the two of us, Kyo. He moved his arms around her, pressing her against his equally naked body. That's a promise. Damn right it is. She affirmed before leaning in for another kiss. It all but assured they were going to have another round, but it cemented something else, something even more important. This wasn't going to be a one-time thing, and it wasn't going to be the last time made by some tragedy. When you boarded the plane from Izuku, she was leaving with more than came with. For starters, there was a photo album that had quickly become one of her most precious possessions. She'd welcome questions about them and even let others take a look at them, including the photos taken. What they couldn't see, what was entirely hers, were the most precious memories of her time in Numazu. Time spent with a plucky young man whom she was sure she'd see again. She'd see him in a better world, a world where he could be with his family and they could share a nice, normal date, although maybe dodging the paparazzi might be included. The photo of the two of them standing side by side on the rooftop with bright smiles would just be the first of many, the start of a new collection. Finn,